Hey everybody, this is Keith here of Euphoria Pictures, and welcome back to Friday Night Live at the Movies. So as you can see, I have a new guest this week. It is Carlos, aka Eastwood4life Fan. Hey Carlos, thanks for stopping by.
Cheers for having us, Keith. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. It was a bit of a no-brainer. I think you knew yourself, Carlos, that when I was putting these kind of streams together and kind of pursuing this and having a guest on every 2 weeks, there was always a great chance that you were going to be there as well, because you and Dan and Jeff had me on your streams. I had a blast, and it goes without saying as well, I'm sure Dan and Jeff are going to feature as well sometime, hopefully in the near future as well. As a matter of fact, it'd be great to get the three of you on.
Cool. Wow.
And awesome. Let me return the favor. So it goes without saying, if you're not aware of Carlos's channel, I have left a link in the description below, and if you could go on over, check him out, and throw the man a sub. I think you'll be very impressed by what you see. A bit of a spoiler when it comes to the name of his channel. Yeah, it gives you an indication of what he likes. So I'll say no more. Actually, the thumbnail gives it quite a lot away as well for the stream.
Great thumbnail. Love that thumbnail.
It's something I'm going to do as well. I think I'm going to try and dedicate the thumbnail to my guests from now on.
Awesome.
As well. Yeah. So I think it's a good idea. So with that said, Carlos, we're going to jump ahead. We're going to move ahead. Let's start. How do I always start my streams off? Do you want to talk about a few movies that you've watched recently?
It's really, I've been on a Bruce Willis kick. Obviously, we have this the Talking Movies live stream on Monday, celebrating Bruce Willis's 70th birthday. So I've been kind of catching up with quite a few Bruce Willis movies, some rewatches. I've got them here actually. Mercury Rising.
Love
one I always kind of thought was underrated. And actually going through the Bruce Willis movies, there's always a kind of little boy theme in a lot of his movies, like The Sixth Sense and other movies like that. Hostage, which I think is it's a grim movie, this one. I enjoyed that one. Ben
Foster was great in there.
I'm not the biggest fan of on time travel movies, but Looper, I think I probably will get the 4K of that, because just the Blu-ray was really impressive with the sound.
The 4K is better, trust me.
Oh, and this one, I thought this one's gone up in my estimation for me. Unbreakable. I thought the transfer was really, really good. I mean, this is only the second time I watched it. The first time I thought it was okay, but it's just so refreshing watching a superhero movie without, loads of CGI and special effects.
Yeah, absolutely. I get that.
Great story, that. So yeah,
so that's everything. Oh, right. No, because I don't know if you've seen it. You were just talking about Bruce Willis there. Did you see the footage that they released of him dancing with Demi Moore? It was so great to see, and you look at it and you think there's not a thing wrong with him, and all that. It just put the biggest smile on my face. You could just see that charismatic character that we all know and love is still there. But it was beautiful to look at. It really was. I had a strange night last night. I was definitely revisiting a couple of movies that I've seen back in the day. Again, I'm not going to talk too much about it because I'm actually putting a video together for them. But I watched Congo.
Oh, yes. And
I was always a fan of Congo, even when it came back out in the day. It's not as good as I remember. I'm not going to lie. It just seemed to it took a long time to get where it needed to get with that movie. But once it got there, I found it to be highly entertaining. Then I watched Navy SEALs. Now, Navy SEALs may as well have been a first-time watch for me. I honestly cannot remember it. I couldn't remember it at all. I had a good time with it, even though I think there's things they could have done in it that would have improved the movie. Bill Paxton's in that movie, and we were amazed when me and Ellen watched it last night. He barely spoke. He couldn't even get a line. And bear in mind, this is after Aliens and everything. You know, he was kind of established as a good actor. He didn't have I would nearly go as far as to say he maybe said 3 sentences in the movie, which was very surprising. But other than that, no, we had a good time with it. And what else did we watch? We watched Flash, which again I'm going to be doing a video on very soon because I've got a stunning release for it. Me and Alan struggle to see why everyone hates that movie. I think it's fucking epic. As a matter of fact, I would nearly go as far as to say it's one of my favorite modern day DC comic adaptations.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think people would believe me when I say that, but it's true. I love the fucking movie. So we had a good night last night. Like, I don't know. It was a surprising night. I wasn't expecting much from it, but then sometimes them nights are the best ones when your expectations are somewhat low, and then bang, you have a great night of it. So, right. With that said, I am going to jump into the comment section. We're going to get this going. So, no surprise, we've got Sean Sheridan here saying he was just asking, what is your ultimate guilty pleasure? Do you have a guilty pleasure?
God, right on the spot. There was a sci-fi movie in the late 80s, or it might be in early 90s, Space Hunter, Adventures of the Forbidden Zone.
Right. Never heard of it.
With Peter Strauss. I think there's a 101 Films release of it. I'm not a big sci-fi fan, and that movie, it's a really cheesy sci-fi movie. It's, you know, kind of came probably out the same time as Starship Troopers. But I always remember that one was a really, you know, there's not many people would say they love that movie. That one was kind of like a guilty pleasure for me because I am not a sci-fi fan at all.
Right. Okay. I get that. Guilty pleasure. See, the thing is, it's a tricky thing, guilty pleasure, because I never feel guilty about anything that I like.
Yeah.
If I had to choose one, I only watched it very recently. I watched Barbie for the first time.
Really?
I watched Barbie for the first time, and I can tell you now, I did not hate that movie. There's definitely layers to it. There's no question about it. I felt it had a bit of everything. It was very emotional at times as well. I wasn't expecting it. Oddly enough, though, all the people that I know that actually enjoyed that movie, their partners didn't, and Ellen was the same as well. Ellen didn't like it either. But John Perry, I think, seen it, and I think I'm almost certain he told me that Deborah wasn't crazy about it. And a friend of mine going by the name of Simon, he actually watched it very recently as well. Again, his partner didn't like it. So it's kind of strange that these men, these hard men, get a lot from Barbie, but yet the women don't get anything from it at all. So
I'll have to get myself a copy then.
Get yourself a copy of Barbie and see. I can't even recommend that and keep a smile on my face. Are you fucking kidding me, Barbie? Oh, but look, I don't know what to tell you. I had a good time with it. So yeah, I suppose you could call that a bit of a guilty pleasure.
I'll tell you what, Keith, if I see a cheap copy in CX, I'll be thinking of you, and I'll grab a copy and see what all the fuss is all about.
I'm just picturing you sitting down there watching watching Barbie.
Yeah. Mentioning that in the pickups video, Eastwood4life Fan just picked up Barbie. Oh, it's a great film.
I haven't put the video out, but I have done a haul video, and I have included that Barbie on it, so I'm looking forward to the comment section on that fucking video. Anyway, Sean went on to say as well, a movie you know is a train wreck, but you still love. Mine is Armageddon. I would not call Armageddon a train wreck, but it's not a good movie. I accept it's bad, but it's fun as hell. I like Armageddon.
Yeah, I've actually got that to watch in the watch pile because it's Bruce Willis, and it's
shit, yeah.
Yeah,
I've never seen it. Have you seen it before, Carlos?
Oh, it's a big blockbuster.
Yeah. It's like it's. I kind of get what Sean is trying to say. It's as dozy as hell, no question about it. Like these drillers going up to an asteroid and drilling down, and it's a bit cheesy. It's a bit tacky at times.
Yeah.
But Jesus, I would never call it a guilty pleasure.
No.
I don't know about yourself.
No, because I mean it was a big blockbuster movie when it came out, and it made a ton of money.
If I remember correctly, I think it was the biggest selling hit that year. If I remember correctly,
I think it roughly made around about $300 million. It was massive.
It was massive, huge. Yeah. No, I really enjoyed it. I did. Sean went on to do his usual. He donated €1 super thanks. Sean always does that. I appreciate that, Sean. You're a good lad. Thanks again for stopping by, mate.
Well done, Sean.
Absolutely. You'll see that a lot. Yeah, the fucking generosity of this community, Carlos. I don't have to tell you. You know it yourself. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean,
actually,
you get some great guys who sort of put the odd sort of sort of fund. Fair play to them. And because you do some great live streams, no doubt about it.
I appreciate that. And again, you're in that kind of group there as well, because I did see John's video yesterday and everything that you sent to him. So fair play to you for doing that. John's reaction in the video was fucking incredible. He loved it. And it's such a mixture you get him in terms of labels. Like there was Blue Underground, Kino Lorber. There was what was the one? Oh, where's my vampires? Indicator as well was in there.
Yeah.
You kind of give him a lot of just great additions from some fantastic boutique labels. Eureka, I think, as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, see, the funny thing is, with that sort of subgenre of spaghetti westerns, you kind of got to ship around for some of the best editions and the full cut version of the movies. We, us guys in the UK, we don't always get all the spaghetti westerns available. I mean, Germany and the US get a hell of a lot.
Absolutely.
I mean, that one I sent to John, The Great Silence, I mean, it sold out on Eureka. So
wow.
I had to get him the US edition, which he was happy and he enjoyed. But yeah, sometimes you got to, I mean, yourself as a movie fan and a collector, you kind of got to shop around for the best version
absolutely
that you want in your collection.
It was a great package. It was fantastic. I was amazed. Fair play to you. He was so happy with them as well. We've also got Chicken here just saying, hey, how's it going, mate? Thanks for stopping by. And we've got Dan as well. So talking movies and westerns for life. Just saying, hey guys. Hey Dan.
Cheers,
hope you're well. Hopefully we'll have you on the stream as well sometime in the near future. He also went on to say, an interesting thing I learned today, maybe I'm late to this, but John Carpenter has said that certain producers want to make Snake Plissken a female character for a third movie. What can I say? Well, Carlos, what do you think of that one?
That's just a bad idea. That really, no, it won't work for me. I know what your answer is going to be.
Oh yeah, let's get fucking Barbie and everything going in. Barbie wearing patches and everything. Yeah, what a great fucking idea. Fucking escape from Barbie land.
Yeah.
That is the daftest thing I have ever heard in my life. We were just talking about this funny enough, we were just talking about Flash. We were watching Flash last night. And I seen Michael Keaton putting on the Batsuit. And I just quickly realized when I was watching it, I was like, age doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever this thing that Hollywood has at the moment with age, I get it because they're putting these movies out for younger people and all that. But when I see Michael Keaton getting into that Batsuit, I said that, you know what? I could sit down and watch another Batman movie with Michael Keaton starring in it from start to finish.
Yeah.
And I feel the exact same way with Kurt Russell as Snake Plissken. I was like, get that man, give that man his fucking eye patch, and let's go again. Let's do that movie that they were talking. I think they were talking about doing Escape from Earth. That was going to be the third one, and that's just ridiculous.
What's Kurt Russell? Was he early 70s? Do you think he can do it?
Well, Harrison Ford did it for Dial of Destiny, so, and he was in his 80s when he did that. So, yeah, I think he can do it. Do you know when you watch Escape from New York? You know, he's not hugely physical in the movie. Like it's Kirk was in good shape. I think I could pull it off one more time. It's just the studios won't allow it. Simple as. But then again, if you're making another Escape movie, what audience are you trying to appeal to? Because you can't be looking for youngsters. Youngsters wouldn't know what these movies are. So they should probably do everything they can possibly do to keep the existing fans happy. So that's a terrible, terrible idea, to say the least.
Yeah.
Wow, it's the world we live in, unfortunately. We got Mike here as well saying, evening chaps, looking forward to another entertaining stream.
Hi there, Mike.
Hey, Mike, sorry. He said, what of Arrow... He said, what of Arrow's announcements today are you looking forward to? Myself, it's Roadhouse and Dark City. Maybe Pelham 1, 2, 3. Okay. So me and Carlos were talking about this before we went live. So, Carlos, do you want to put in there and let us know what you are going to go for?
Definitely Roadhouse, because I missed the Vinegar Syndrome edition. That's definitely going to be a pre-order. The Taken of Pelham 1, 2, 3. I think I'm probably going to pass, because I do prefer. I don't mind the movie, but I do prefer the remake with Travolta and Denzel Washington. And Dark City, I think I'll pass. But I mean, again, Arrow Video. I mean, we're only a couple, 3 or 4 months into the new year, and Arrow Video are stacking up the releases already.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Is there anything else, Carlos, that got announced today, or is it just those 3? I didn't see it myself.
Just those 2 or 3 that I'm aware of.
That you're aware of, right? I'll have to check it after the stream ends.
I mean, the funny thing is, Keith, we've not even hit summer, and we're getting the Dollar Trilogy movies on Arrow Video, and I'm thinking, where can Arrow Video go next? Because they just keep raising the bar.
I tell you, it's getting crazy at the moment. As a matter of fact, I cancelled 2 releases today, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised that I cancelled them. I cancelled Second Sight's releases of Scanners and The Brood, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I just kind of said to myself, do I need them now? No, I probably don't need them now. I will keep an eye on them. If I do start getting word that they look like they're coming close to selling out, then I might pounce on them. But as of right now, I don't know. Do you know what? I'm not in the mood to watch them. So if I'm not in the mood to watch them, I'd never in the mood to get them either. So, so yeah, I'll have to wait and see. So yeah, it's been crazy at the moment. Amongst those 3 there, so I have the Vinegar Syndrome release of Roadhouse, and I'm going to say that I don't need another version of it, but then again, I'll have a look at the Arrow Video release and see what it's like. But in terms of the 4K transfer, I can't see them outdoing Vinegar Syndrome's transfer. But then again, it'll probably be the same transfer. So we'll have to wait and see. I will take up the Taken of Pelham. But I have to admit, I've never seen the original, but I really enjoyed the remake. So that'll be intriguing, to say the least. So I'll take a gamble on that one. Dark City, I've never seen Dark City. Everyone talks about it. I don't know. Maybe I might take a gamble on it. I don't know. I think if I remember correctly, I think Kiefer Sutherland is in that, if I remember. I think it is. So yeah, I know there's a big fan base out there for it, so I might take a gamble on it someday. So we've also got Alan Meggs here as well. So lots of great Eastwood 4K releases on the way. Which one are you most looking forward to, and why? Yeah, Carlos, it's a very exciting time for yourself.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you got the Dollar Trilogy movies on 4K. You got Dirty Harry. You got the Outlaw Josie Wales.
Absolutely.
To be honest, I think at this present time, I've got more pre-orders that I've ordered more than ever, and I'm kind of worried because we've not even hit summer. You know, you got the Lethal Weapon 4K edition. You got the Nightmare on Elm Street 4K Steelbook set, which I have pre-ordered and announced this week. You got the Sean Connery James Bond movies. So, you know, the bank balance has got to get hit pretty hard in the next couple of months. But out of those Eastwood movies, I mean, all of them I'm looking forward to. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, the extended cut has only been put together on Blu-ray, on Kino. If they can do that on 4K, the extended cut is near 3 hours. That will be a major thing. But yeah, I mean, some fantastic releases, and you know, if one's a Clint Eastwood fan and loves his movies, we got some super editions coming out.
Yeah, to say the least. I'm going to stick to what I know, so I can't say nothing about the Spaghetti Western trilogy because I've never seen them. But it goes without saying, I'm fucking buying them. I'm definitely taking a gamble there. But I'm sure you're aware of it now, Carlos. I started to kind of recently get into westerns because of Gordon Dryden's package that he sent to me, and it's been very positive at the moment. But I still haven't broken into spaghetti western territory, so those are going to be my introduction into those. So very optimistic to say the least. It goes without saying, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is the one that I'm very excited for.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you could possibly understand that as well, you being a Clint Eastwood fan. But if I was to pick one right now, it has to be Dirty Harry. It has to be Dirty Harry.
Yeah.
I only just spoke about it today. I put a video together today. I actually talked about it. That collector's release that's coming out of Dirty Harry. It looks stunning.
Yeah.
I'm not even worried about the 4K transfer because I know it's going to look good because it looked great on Blu-ray. And that's always a good sign. That's a good telling sign when it comes to 4K. So yeah, for me, it's definitely going to be Dirty Harry. It's a great time. It really is a great time, particularly for people like yourself, Carlos. Right, we got Gary the Blu-ray Act. Hey Gary, thanks for stopping by. He said, "Hey gents, great to see the one and only Eastwood on here tonight. Have a great stream. I will be listening as always."
Cheers, Gary.
Thanks again, Gary.
I'll do a message chat.
I told him before I'd love to see him come back. As a matter of fact, I would love to have him as a guest on this stream.
Yeah.
So Gary, if you're up for being part of being a special guest on my stream, let me know, and maybe it'll give you that little push that you need to get back onto your YouTube channel. You never know. Good lad.
I always used to love Gary's intro when he used to start a video, and sometimes when I actually message him, I try to sort of do that same sort of hello there. It don't quite work out, but he always laughs.
But that's the thing about Gary. Gary's another one of them people where, and again, this is what these streams are designed for. I've known Gary for Jesus. I've known him, must be over 3 years now, and again, I don't know what he looks like. I have no face to put to that name, and it would be very surreal to say the least if I actually could get him on as a guest. It would be great. I'm hoping he accepts. We'll have to wait and see. But he's a good lad. I think he might have the greatest collection I've ever seen, and that's saying something coming from me. He would put me to shame, absolute shame, with his collection. I've never seen anything like it. I don't even know where he.
I always look forward to his Instagram photos of he's going to pick up the latest release or something. So sometimes when I actually message him, I think I messaged Gary a couple of months back. I said, "Oh, have you picked up the Eyeball edition?" And he said, "No." I could not believe he didn't have the 88 Films Deluxe edition. And he actually asked me, what did I think of it? I said, it's worth getting. And he went and got it. I think he enjoyed the movie.
Right. Gary's one of them people. I don't know how he does it. Like I could, I could go off the stream now and shoot a movie of me taking a dump in the toilet for an hour and a half, and somehow he will find a collector's edition for it. So that's the kind of channel the chap Gary is. I've never. Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing collection that man has. I'd love to actually see it. To tell you the truth.
Yeah. Great guy in the community. We miss him for sure.
Absolutely. Oh, I couldn't agree more. And speaking of another great guy, we have another Gary. We got that guy, and hopefully Gary is going to be coming part of the YouTube family because he's hoping to start a channel in the next, fingers crossed, to be in the next couple of months. So he went on to say, "Good evening, Keish and Carlos. I hope you're both well and looking forward to a great stream tonight."
Cheers, Gary.
Thanks again, Gary. I hope you're feeling better, by the way, Gary. Again, whenever you get some news, just send me a message. He had an operation done, and he's in a bit of pain, to say the least.
No, he has a quick recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been away from his wife. I don't think he'd mind me saying this, but he's been away from his wife now for months. They live in Albania, and his operation is in England, and he didn't want to go home. He wanted to stay around to get the operation done. So he's been away for a long time. So I can imagine how excited he is now that the operation's over. He just wants to get home.
Yeah.
So hopefully it won't be too long. We got Cy Robson here saying as well, evening gang, ASI. Thanks again for stopping by. We got Gary back here again, and he says, as you know, I love Clint Eastwood movies. He's the only actor where I have every single one of his films, even Tarantula. He's 95 at the end of May. Would you like to see him in one last cameo role? How about that, Carlos?
Yeah, maybe something like him passing the torch, maybe to his son, because his son really does look like him in movies. Yeah, I mean, the last movie, Cry Macho, which was okay, not quite the send-off for me, but maybe, just a small cameo of Clint with that squint in his eye,
yeah, absolutely.
The movie could be a good idea. Yeah.
I'm like Carlos. I wouldn't be against seeing him do one last cameo. To be honest, if it's him behind the director's chair as well, I'm good with that either way. He's such a goddamn talent. I think the last movie I've seen by him, and I actually have a gorgeous release of it, was The Mule. And I really enjoyed that movie. I had a good time with it. It was very unexpected, to say the least. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I didn't see that Cry Macho though. So I might stay away from it, just going by the way you kind of we're talking about there, Carlos.
I mean, The Mule, he's actually playing his age.
Yeah, of course.
Cry Macho. There's actually a scene with him with somewhat of a younger woman, by about 20 to 30 years, and that was a bit of an uncomfortable moment, if you get me.
And yeah, I know, I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. What's his next movie? He has a movie coming out that he's directed, isn't it? Has that come out yet?
Yeah, that's just been released. Juror number 2.
That's right, and I think it's getting decent reviews, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I mean, they're saying it's his last movie, but I'm not really so sure. It's a courtroom drama, so
right.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to retire now. He may as well go on and keep doing it. He's
always been making movies, starring and directing. But I think probably if he's going to do another movie, it's probably going to be him sort of behind the camera.
Yeah. I think I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather take it behind the camera than a simple cameo. We got Sai here saying as well, what do you think is the best 4K transfer of a Western? And what's the worst 4K transfer of a Western? So, Carlos, this is your territory, mate. I can't really say much, unfortunately.
I'm waiting for my edition of The Searchers, the John Wayne movie. I've got that coming. I mean, on Blu-ray, it looks fantastic. So till I get that, then I can sort of really sort of say, yeah. I mean, Rio Bravo was quite good, but The Searchers, Mike's DVD and Blu-ray collection. He told me, he's sending us a trade package, and he said that he checked out The Searchers, and he said it was unbelievable. And I mean, for a Western from the 1950s, I'm looking forward to that. At the same time, we got the Outlaw Josie Wells coming out. I don't know about the Dollar Trilogy movies, if they're going to be up there as the best Western on 4K. But with our video, you just don't know. I mean, I think this is a big deal for them to release these movies. So obviously, I don't normally do sort of 4K sort of reviews, but for the dollar movies, I think I might have to watch a couple of your videos and maybe do a 4K review.
So do you have then a worst 4K transfer? Is the one that stands out for you where you looked at it and went, nah, this doesn't look great to me?
Well, I mean, Once Upon a Time in the West.
I had a funny feeling you were going to say that. I don't know why, but I had that in my head.
I mean, it's okay, but I think for an anniversary edition, and it was a big deal for, Paramount to release that. I don't think they really done it credit.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not talking about a pretty good Western. We're talking about one of the greatest movies ever made and greatest Westerns ever made, with a fantastic score. And, all the wide shots look great. Henry Fonda, Charles Bronson. And, sometimes I think with some of the big movies, I think we kind of expect too much and we get let down. But then, you see some of these other smaller companies, these boutique labels like Vinegar Syndrome, when they put a release out, you think, well, that's a sort of kind of a cult movie, and it just looks outstanding.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it's best not to expect too much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, when I watched last night, Unbreakable, I did not expect this to look so great. I mean, I was like, wow, that's really, really good. And there was quite a lot of dark scenes in it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, Terminator was a perfect scenario. I mean, everybody was moaning about Terminator 2. So when Terminator came out, I think everybody was really, really surprised how well that looked on 4K.
Not fucking everyone, I can tell you.
Really?
Yeah. The purists gathered together once again, and they basically shot all over it. But I think they are in the minority. There's no question about it. It's Terminator would look brilliant in my eyes. It did. So I can't talk about Westerns because, like I said, I've seen Rio Bravo on 4K, and as of right now, that's the one that's going to stand out for me. But having said that, the first time I seen Rio Bravo was on Blu-ray, and I thought the Blu-ray looked quite good in it as well. But the 4K is a marked improvement over it. Again, I don't like saying this because I don't think true Western fans see this as a Western, but it actually is a good 4K disc, which was Young Guns. I really enjoyed how that looked. So
I've got that covered as well, actually.
You have that covered as well. Oh, very good.
Yeah, from the US.
Yeah, so I don't have a bad one. I've watched two Westerns on 4K, and the two of them look great. So I can't say anything more about it. Like, and I know this is going a bit off topic, but I watched Vampires, John Carpenter's Vampires, and I think you would agree with me, Carlos. That's probably the closest we'll ever get to a Western from John Carpenter.
Yeah.
And we all know he's a huge Western fan. He is, and we watched that, and the transfer on that movie was ridiculous. I mean, it's stupid how good it looks.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't fucking believe it. I really
enjoyed that movie. I really enjoyed that movie.
Oh, it's getting better and better with every viewing. So much so that Vampires used to be up there as one of it'd be well down the list for Carpenter for me, but now it's fucking climbing. It's definitely climbing. So So yeah, I can't really say anything more in terms of westerns, unfortunately, on 4K. So sorry about that, Si. We got Al Humphrey saying, "Hello everyone, and how are y'all? Doing great, Al. I hope you're well. Put down that bottle. Put that bottle down. I know what you're at. Put it down. Actually, pour me a glass out if you can, Al. So just let me go. Just everyone's just talking to each other here. We got Matthew Lombard here saying, "Hello everyone. Hope you're well and in good form. Doing well, Matthew. Thanks for tuning in, man. Absolutely." We got Gary here saying, "I hear rumors through the grapevine. Guns 3 is back on. What are your thoughts on this, guys? Did you hear anything about that, Carlos?"
Yeah, that's been sort of on and off for the last sort of year or two. I mean, I think the last. I'm thinking that Emilio Estevez is either going to direct it or he's putting money into it. There's some involvement with him in the movie. Right. I wish it could have been done a little bit more sooner, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued for so many goddamn reasons. It's how are they going to go about it? That's what I want to know. You know, is it going to be one of those things where will they ignore the events of the second one so they can bring back Kiefer Sutherland and Louis Diamond Phillips? So yeah, I'm intrigued. I don't want to see a movie where Emilio Estevez is in it playing Billy the Kid, and he's rounded up a pile of youngsters, and he's training them to be outlaws. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see that. I want to see a goddamn Young Guns. I want to see the boys back. I want to see them all back, and the ones that they can bring back. That is, and if they have to go about ignoring the events of the second one, I'm okay with that. As much as I like the second one, I'm okay with that. So we'll have to wait and see. We got Sean here, Rain from the West, just saying evening, everyone. Hey, Sean. Hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in. Is right. We got Sly here saying as well, if your favorite Western was to get the remake treatment, who would you recast in the roles out of the current crap of Hollywood talent? Like, seriously, Carlos, who the fuck are you going to get today to replace, like, Clint Eastwood?
This is a bold move, but I'd probably get his son.
So yeah, that's actually
you know, even though he hasn't really been in these big movies, but then look at Eastwood back in A Fistful of Dollars. I mean, he took that on as an opportunity when he went to Europe to make a movie because he was still under contract in the States. So why not give Scott Eastwood the opportunity that his dad had? Yeah, I mean that's just a very difficult question, because you look at the actors now, and then you look at the actors in the in the 60s and 70s. You got these rough, rugged, tough guys. When men were men. I mean, like the so-called tough guys nowadays are all pampered up and sort of makeup and everything. But yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult question for me, that one.
Do you know, there's an actor coming to my mind, and I'm drawing a blank on his fucking name. But I think a lot of people out there will get where I'm coming from here. He does give you this, but when you see him being interviewed, he does come across as this. He has this kind of tough guy persona. It's the chap that played Elvis in the recent Elvis movie. I think he was in a biker movie there not so long ago with your man who plays Venom.
Tom Hardy, yeah.
He was in it with Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
And I just seen him on an interview with Graham Norton, and the way he speaks kind of has that low down. He has a kind of a low down Western voice. Yeah. And I think he could. I'm not going to say he could fit into a Clint Eastwood role. Yeah. I don't. I don't. But I could see him kind of. If they did do a Western, I could see him kind of fitting into that kind of ideal actor for it. So I can't say, I can't answer. I can't really answer who, because if if you have a favorite Western, why would you want it remade? They're never going to improve on it. So if you're not going to improve on the remake, why do it?
Yeah.
And that, you know. So yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, I can't give you a good answer for that. We've got Sol here saying, "Good evening, guys. Good to watch another stream and welcome Carlos." There you go, Carlos.
Thanks for tuning in.
Good lad, Sol. He really is. Thanks, Sol, for stopping by. Right, Sorry, went on to say as well, what's everyone's thoughts on the release of Rust, the infamous Alec Baldwin Western? Well, Carlos, do you think that's something you'll watch after everything that happened?
Do you know what? They've delayed that movie, obviously, because what's happened. I don't know. Should it get released? I don't know. I mean, we're gonna probably be watching that if it does come out for the wrong reason because of what happened. I don't know. I mean, it was a tragedy. I mean, they've happened before, obviously, like Brandon Lee, similar sort of thing.
Yeah, and then look what happened with The Crow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean, what sort of release would they have that movie Rust? I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't be given a cinema release, obviously, because what's happened. I could probably see that one just kind of getting released on Blu-ray, sort of thing, straight to video, whatever you want to call it. But they'd be intrigued because for the wrong reason.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, that, because, like you said, you touched upon The Crow there, and look at the movie now, The Crow. It's highly regarded now. People love it. Yeah. But then again, you could, on the flip side as well, then you had the likes of like Poltergeist 3, where the young girl died during the making of that, and then they continued it on, and it ended up being an absolute train wreck of a movie. So whatever, I don't know where Rust is going to lie there. I honestly think it's a tragic mistake. There was a tragic accident, no question about it. I don't think there was definitely nothing malicious. I really don't think so. I just hope that if people do watch it, they'll go into it with that out of their heads if they can, and judge it by the movie that it is, and not by an incident that happened on the set of it. So I'll watch it. Do you think you'll watch it yourself, Carlos?
I'm not over the moon about it. I've got to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of Alec Baldwin, if I'm really honest. Decent actor, but I wasn't a big fan of him. I think he was kind of an actor who thought he was a lot more better than he actually was.
Fair enough.
But then, he did get with Kim Basinger, so he's a lucky man, isn't he?
Absolutely, no fucking question about it. We got Mike back here saying, I wonder how long it'll be before Carlos' internet decides to do a brain start.
Do you know what? There's a good story to that, because I'm using me what do you call it? I forgot what they call it now.
Are you using your phone internet, or?
I'm not using my Wi-Fi at the moment because we had BT out yesterday and they're supposed to have fixed it and for the upgrade, and now I got a message saying that they're gonna do the job in May, and I told them what they needed to do, sort of thing, and I'm having to wait even longer. The Wi-Fi around our area, I mean, my brother lives just a stone throw away from me. He has the same sort of thing, but his is actually better than mine, believe it or not.
Right.
But yeah. So,
yeah, like when I come into this room here, because I have to use my phone's internet. I can't use what we have in the house, because this room is just so goddamn sealed that nothing gets out. You'd be lucky to get a phone call in here. Never mind an internet signal. So look, you're 44 minutes in. We're all good so far. Hopefully going. Nothing will happen. We're still going.
We're both going.
Fuck you, Mike. You put a fucking jinx on it now.
He always comes out with that same. He always comes out with that same one, that same line.
The next time when I have a fucking mic on in the live stream now, Carlos will be doing a fucking dance out in the garden, hoping that his fucking internet will go.
Yeah, I'll be straight on it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Gerald's Lounge here saying, good evening, Keith and Carlos. I hope you're well. Doing great, Ger. Keep up that work, my friend. You're doing some absolutely amazing pieces. Looking forward to seeing what's next from you. Do you know Ger yourself, Carlos?
What's that? Sorry.
Do you know him, Ger?
I don't think I do.
Do you know the Michael Myers house that I have?
Oh, he's the guy who created that, was it?
He's the one that built it. Yeah, unbelievable.
Wow.
Such a talent. Oh wow, we've got Super G50 here. What's up, Keaton Carlos? Great, mate. And that is probably the first time I've ever seen you leave a comment on my stream. And I've actually known his channel for almost probably as long as John Perry, believe it or not. It's unbelievable.
Jose, just tuning in.
Yeah, unbelievable. He's been around a while, so thank you. Thank you so much.
Great guy in the community.
Absolutely. And we've got Brum Horror here as well. He said, evening, Keaton Carlos. Hope you're both good. Looking forward to another great stream. As much as we love Nigel and Andy, it is so interesting to see guests like John and Carlos talking all things film. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, mate. I think that's the idea of it. I think it's different personalities, different tastes, and it's a great way to keep streams fresh, which I like. And I thought the idea of getting Carlos on here, I was like, okay, we never do a lot of, talk about Westerns or this, that, and the other, and on my streams. And with Carlos being on, maybe we'll get a taste of that. And we're 46 minutes in, and we've talked quite a lot about Westerns, so it's working. Absolutely is. So thanks again, mate. Another amazing collector as well. As a matter of fact, he's definitely going to feature, because I think he asked me. That he said to me that he'd love to be part of the stream. So, and I think he's putting a channel together as well, on YouTube. So, yeah, he'll definitely be a part of the stream, hopefully, in the near future. We got Al Humphreys here saying, "Hello, Keisha and Carlos. How are you, gentlemen? Doing great, Al.
Cheers.
Have you cracked that bottle open yet, Al? I'm looking at you." We got Gary here saying, "That's a great idea, dedicating the thumbnail to the guest." Yeah, I just thought it's because these streams are not about me. They're not about me now. Not anymore. They're about the guest. So, yeah, it's do as much as I can for the guest. The only problem is that sometimes I'm going to have to get people on where I'm going to be like, okay, what movies do you like, what you don't like, and try and come up with something. So we'll see. Sorry, just everyone's just saying hello to each other. We got Sly here saying, I went to a special screening of Novocaine on Wednesday. I enjoyed it, but it was slightly predictable. Has anyone else seen it? Never heard of it. Have you, Carlos?
No, not heard of that one.
Novocaine. No, that's definitely a first for me. Sorry, Sly. We got Super G50 here saying, Super Hunter Adventures in Forbidden Zone was in 3D, I believe. He must be answering someone's question. I might come across that. I honestly don't. Oh, no, that's the movie you mentioned, Carlos, was it?
Oh, he's on about Space Hunter.
Yes, yeah, Space Hunter Adventures.
Yeah, Adventures of the Forbidden Zone, yeah.
Is in 3D.
I think it was on 3D, yeah, it was.
Right. Did that get a physical 3D release, just out of curiosity?
No, I think it on the 101 Films label, I think it's just a Blu-ray release.
Right.
But it's just a real cheesy sci-fi movie. It's kind of like Peter Strauss is kind of playing a similar role to like what Harrison Ford would have done as a Han Solo. It's kind of a bit of a Han Solo rip-off, I should say.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I'll have to look into that. So I went on to say, Battleship is a guilty pleasure for me. There's just something about it that I really enjoyed. Battleships, Carlos, have you ever seen that? Someone's going to say no.
No, that title doesn't sort of ring me bell instantly.
It's based on. Do you remember the board game Battleship? I'm not kidding you. That's what it's based on.
Oh really? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, the board game.
It's loosely based on it. I'll say that.
Oh okay.
It's another type of. It's basically Transformers. Put it that way. Type. But Peter Berg directs it, and I'm a big fan of Peter Berg. So, I didn't hate that movie. So I'm a bit like yourself. Mike went on to say as well, Space Hunter was 1983, but I really enjoyed its cheesiness. Oh. It also had Molly Ringwald and Michael Ironside and Ernie Hudson. Really?
Do you know something? I was trying to remember the female lead in it. I mean, and I could not remember her name. Thank you, Mike, for putting that. Yeah, she's really. I think she must be a teenager or early 20s. Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous. Molly Ringwald, Michael Ironside, and Ernie Hudson. Yeah, that movie has definitely moved up on my list. You know something? This might sound daft, and I'm going to have to check it when I go into the house. Someone gave me a DVD as a gift. It was part of a huge box that I got of movies that was sent my way. And why I have this funny feeling that movie might have been in that box. Space Hunter. I'm going to have to check that when I finish this stream. I might actually have it. Al Humphreys went on to say he remembers liking Space Hunter. So you're not on your own there, Carlos.
I mean, it's cheesy as hell, but I mean, it's such a fun sort of sci-fi action sort of movie. I mean, it's not one of these high-budget sci-fi movies, but somehow it was quite entertaining for me anyway.
Absolutely. Al Humphreys went on to say, I saw Alto Nights with Robert De Niro yesterday. He's back to his best.
I want to see that.
Never heard of that one. What is that thing, Carlos? I don't remember coming.
I think it's got released on Netflix, but there's also a cinema release of it. De Niro plays two characters. I have heard, I think it's going to be his last gangster movie. How true that is, but I mean, to watch De Niro doing another gangster movie, I definitely will take the visit of watching that on the big screen rather than watching it on Netflix for sure.
Right. Well, going by Al there, he's giving it a lot of praise, so that's always good to hear.
They've actually released a steelbook release of it on Zavi. I got the email, so that's already there's a release of that already coming out.
Wow, so that it's obviously not Netflix then, because if it was, we wouldn't be fucking getting a physical release for it. So it must be someone else that's bringing it up.
I'm pretty sure Netflix is on Netflix, because I think in the States it got released last week. It got released.
Right. Okay.
I don't know whether it got released in the UK, but in my local cinema, they released it last week.
Okay.
Definitely we'll be watching that. Definitely. It's only a 2-hour gangster movie. I was hoping it was going to be like 2.5, 3 hours, but I'll take it.
Absolutely, all day long. We had Gary here saying as well, Armageddon and Deep Impact came around the same time. Which one did you prefer? I thought they were both great popcorn movies. So what would have been your preferred over the two, Carlos?
What was that, Armageddon and
Deep Impact? Both of them came out the same year. Two movies about a comet and an asteroid heading for Earth.
Definitely Armageddon.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
The thing is, there was a time when I would have agreed with you, Carlos. Even when it came out, I remember that year well. I remember thinking that, Armageddon was the kind of more popcorn version of it, where the Deep Impact was the bit more kind of the more grounded version. Let's just say that. The more, if it's something like that happened, you'd imagine Deep Impact would be a bit more real.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, after years of viewing both movies now, I'm definitely leaning towards Deep Impact. There's something about it I really enjoy. Great casting as well.
I think for me it's Bruce. I do like his movies, Bruce. I think it came at a time when the hits were just flowing one after the other with Bruce.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah. And it just Edward went on to say he'd love to see a 4K Blu-ray for it as well. I think that's the reason why I haven't watched Armageddon very recently, because I'm fucking convinced that if I do watch it on Blu-ray, that it's going to get announced the next day, because it fucking keeps happening to me.
It does. I've got it in the watch. I've got it already in the watch pile.
You got it in the watch pile. Where did you see?
That watch pile just keeps getting bigger all the time.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We got Danny here saying as well, hey fellas, look forward to the stream. Well, thank you, Danny. I hope you enjoy it. I'm having a great time at the moment. My God, 55 minutes in. Jesus, unreal. That's the beauty of these streams. I don't think people realize them until they come on them. It's like you blink and they're over. It's ridiculous how quickly they go by. We got YouTube royalty. We got Mondo Chadwick Movies. John here. He says, hey lads, have a great stream. Stuck in work. Yeah, he's working tonight, unfortunately. Question for you, as you have the king of the westerns on, Carlos, what is the most violent western you've seen?
Ooh. I think the Wild Bunch definitely gets a shout for sure. Sam Peckinpah's one. The way they've done the scenes in that, you know, people are getting shot and they're kind of flying back sort of 10 foot in midair.
Yeah.
People might say that's a little bit overdone, but yeah, I mean, that was a very violent one. I mean, that was Sam Peckinpah's kind of answer to the spaghetti western movies at the time, because, you know, a lot of the American westerns in the 50s and early 60s were quite tame with the violence. So obviously when the spaghetti westerns, you know, the mid 60s, the dollar movies were coming out, the Django movies are coming out, the violence turned up quite a bit. So obviously when Sam Peckinpah done the Wild Bunch, now the Americans were kind of saying, well, hang on, you know, these European westerns, we could make them violent as well. And then obviously
absolutely
we had the likes of High Plains Drifter, which is quite a violent one for Clint Eastwood, with a supernatural feel. I'm going to say probably the Wild Bunch. Django, there is a certain sort of scene where a body part gets taken off, which Tarantino does copy in Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, I'd probably say probably The Great Silence as well, with Klaus Kinski. I mean, he was just an evil bastard in that one. So yeah, Wild Bunch, Django, and The Great Silence for me.
Right. I was actually going to say the Wild Bunch, because the Wild Bunch was the second western I watched after Rio Bravo, and that was actually very surprising. I was kind of because especially when you watch Rio Bravo, when someone gets shot and they're like, and then I was like, what are you holding on to? There's fucking nothing there, you know. So it's
yeah.
So when you go into the Wild Bunch, it's like, oh shit, yeah, this is something very, very different that we're watching here. So that really, the minute I read the question, that was the first movie that jumped in my head. But again, going back to Young Guns, that scene with Emilio Estevez when he sniffs out the traitor out of the bunch of them, that scene is bloody fucking disturbing. I think it's, you know, when you have violence where it's almost too goddamn real, that scene always kind of, and it's to this day, you kind of watch it, it's very shocking. And of course, not forgetting as well that I only just watched The Hateful Eight for the first time, and yeah, that's violence overload, to say the least.
I might also say Django Unchained. I mean, the shootout at the end of the house. I mean, that was bullets flying everywhere.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, isn't there a bit where he uses somebody as a shield in it at the end of it? Do I remember right in saying that?
They were hiding on the bodies. Yeah, they were hiding on the bodies, and yeah. I was sort of thinking,
only Tarantino.
Get Samuel L. Jackson, take him out, because he was a bit of a bastard in that one.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Great performance from him.
I absolutely agree. Absolutely. We got Al Humphrey saying, "Snake Plissken is a woman." Fuck the fuck off. Absolutely, Al. Absolutely. We got Mike here saying Armageddon is on my 4K wish list for certain, as is The Rock. The bombastic soundtrack and loud sound effects would lend well to an Atmos track. You a fan of The Rock, Carlos?
Yeah, I mean that was a movie I couldn't wait to watch at the cinema. I found the combination of Connery and Nicolas Cage was really good, and I'm sure Ed Harris is in the movie, isn't he? Is Ed Harris in the movie? Ed Harris.
Harris? He's fantastic. He's wonderful in it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do own the movie, but what Mike's saying, a movie like that definitely needs a 4K release, because I mean that was a big movie when it came out.
It's so goddamn unique. I found it to be as well, and like you just said there, the dynamic between Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery, two actors, on paper doesn't seem like they would work well together, but wow, they really do work together well together in that movie. But
the funny thing is, Keith, on that, I thought Sean Connery was going to be too old for the movie, but he was okay.
No, he was good. He was good. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Nothing to worry about there. And there's a lot of supporting actors, like Michael Biehn's in there as well. Even Tony Todd, if I remember correctly, is in there. He's one of the soldiers in it as well. So
it's been a while since I've seen it, but I mean, it's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Gary went on to say as well, I'm up for Kirk doing the eye patch one more time. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He might have to put glasses over it, but I'm okay with it.
The glass eye. Eye contact.
Yeah, definitely love for that. Mike went on to say, if they were to do another Snake Plissken movie, I reckon they should have Kurt's son Wyatt as the younger Snake. It's a no-brainer. Have you seen him, Carlos?
No, does he look like him, does he?
It's yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's strong similarities there. He's right. He's absolutely right. If that got announced that Wyatt was to play Snake Plissken, I wouldn't say no to it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll always want Kurt, but if you can't get him, I think it could work. We got Stephen Moles here saying, hi, Keaton, Carlos, and everyone in chat. Watch new films today. Life After Fighting, starring Bren today, and Agent Recon, starring Chuck Norris and Mark Singer. Do you know of that one? Do you know of that one, Carlos? Agent Recon.
No, that must be. Chuck Norris did do a movie last year. Whether it's that one, I think it could be that one. If that's a new movie, he did appear in some action movie, but I heard it was pretty bad. It's just kind of one of the movies where he just popped up. I'm sure it's that one.
Right. Okay. Mark Singer. That's actually intriguing, because I don't think I've seen Mark Singer in a movie. I only know him from Mike Donovan in V.
Yeah.
So
that's as well.
Yeah. So I'm kind of intrigued.
He's got to be pushing 60 or 70.
Oh, he has to be a good age. Has to be a good age. We actually watched The Sister there last weekend. She's, Footloose.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I know you love that movie. I've never been a fan of that one.
Yeah, well, actually, the main girl in that is actually his sister in real life.
Oh, okay.
We got AP movie cheer video. Evening, gents. I like the look of the new Arrow releases, especially Dark City and Roadhouse. It's very cool. Yeah, AP, we were just talking about it earlier. Carlos is very excited for Roadhouse. I'm trying to convince myself not to buy it, but I'm a fucking idiot, and chances are I probably will, even though I own the Vinegar Syndrome release. You never know. 'Cause, 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 'cause We got Slipknot fan goes on here to say, best Armageddon scene, the person that finds her gets to name her, right? That's right. I want to name a Dottie after my wife. She's a vicious, life-sucking bitch from which there's no escape. I remember that scene. That's a good line. That's a good line. We got Mike here saying, I ended up cancelling the collector's edition of both Dirty Harry and Lethal Weapon, as I'm feeling as a feeling before the end of the year we'll get a box set of them, so I picked them up instead. Oh, right. So I think what's happening with Mike here, and I can understand what he's doing here, because when you look at the likes of Dirty Harry and Lethal Weapon, the first thing that comes to mind is Nightmare on Elm Street. They brought out the collector's edition.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden we got the series. So I understand that, Mike. I do. I'm still going to buy them.
Yeah. I could see that happening. But then, you know, that Dirty Harry special collector's set, it looks too good. And the worry is if you don't sort of jump on them and then you want them, then they're going to treble up in price. But
yeah,
what Mike's saying, a Lethal Weapon set and the Dirty Harry set, I can see that happening for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. We got Mad Marty here saying, evening guys. The other hour releases. Oh, here we go. Oh shit. Okay, the other releases are Witness 4K and Swordfish on 4K.
Oh.
Why the fuck did no one else fucking say they're better than the other fucking movies they're bringing?
Yeah.
I love Witness.
I already have Witness with the US edition, so
right.
There's no need for me to pick that one up. I mean, great movie.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford. Swordfish. I probably would pick that one up because that's probably one of my favourite Nicolas Cage movies. And we do get that moment with Halle Berry, that certain scene. So you get to watch that in 4K. I think it's going to be sold out. It's sold out on the pre-order.
Oh my God! Do you remember the opening sequence to that movie? The whole kind of, they used the whole bullet time thing, the whole Matrix thing. Jesus, it was a brutal opening segment. As a matter of fact, out of everything that got released, that Swordfish is probably the one I'm most excited for. I fucking love that movie.
Yeah.
So that's actually a great month. I would nearly go as far as to say that is probably the first month that Arrow Video that I would actually probably buy everything in that month. That's a good month.
I think Witness is going to be a big one because, I mean, I think the US, I mean, I imported that from the States, and a lot of people, for some strange reason, I don't even think we had a Blu-ray release. Yeah, we didn't have a Blu-ray release in the UK, only a DVD. So I could see that one. I could see that one, people jumping on that. It's a hell of a movie. It's probably one of my favourite Harrison Ford movies.
You know, I'll tell you, Carlos, just talking about that, I'm almost certain you can say this same for Swordfish, now that I think of it. I'm just looking at my collection.
I got the Blu-ray of that.
There is a Blu-ray of Swordfish, is there?
Yeah.
Why the fuck do I not own that? Oh, fuck, I do have it. Right, okay. Sorry. I thought it was only the DVD. Okay. We got Mike Christie here saying, evening guys, what would you say is your absolute favourite Western? And which do you think is the most underrated Western you've seen? Right, Carlos, I'm definitely going to leave this for you, yeah, mate? Because again, I haven't seen enough.
The greatest has got to be The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Probably the most underrated is The Great Silence, because it's a movie that they tried to ban. Everyone kind of classed that movie as that. Oh, it's that snowy Western, which is kind of, you could see the Tarantino paying homage to The Hateful Eight, with the snow, the wagon. Yeah, I mean, we had a release in Eureka which sold out, but I still think that movie is kind of one of them unknown sort of Western movie gems that people don't know about. I think it's a movie like that. If you're in to the genre deep, you'd know about it. But for casual fans, it's a movie that's a lot of people don't know about. I mean, it's one of the main reasons I sent John a copy, because I sort of said to him, don't read up any info on the movie, because there's a big, massive spoiler. I'm pretty sure that most people might not have heard of it, but they know it's that snowy spaghetti western. I mean, if most Tarantino fans would probably know that it's kind of like he's paying homage to the great silence in The Hateful Eight.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great western, but the reason why I'm saying it's underrated, people don't know about that movie as much. It's kind of one of the ones kind of like you never saw that on the VHS days. It's kind of a movie that spent many, many years kind of banned because it was quite grim. But I mean, there is a 4K release of it in Germany, which I know Jeff picked up.
Wow.
But how good the 4K is going to be, I don't know.
You want to be careful.
Yeah, you know as well as yourself, Keith. Because we've had these chats before. Some of these 4K
I know
are hit and miss.
I know the companies to stay away from now when it comes to Germany. I'm a fucking expert at this point, so I'd be interested to see what company that came from, because I can tell you now, if it's not Turbine and if it's not Cape Light, he's going to be in for a bad time, because they're the only two companies that do any kind of justice at the 4K releases in Germany. See, for myself there, Sean, I was not Sean, it's Mike, sorry. You see, I'm kind of, again, I'm only just kind of been introduced to Westerns. I'm not going to say that I wasn't aware of Westerns up to like in the last year, but it's the ones that I know of were probably more in the 90s. I think right now, if you ask me what is my favorite Western, it'll be between two. It'll either be from Unforgiven or Tombstone. Between those two. If I was to be able to pick out one underrated one, and the only reason why I'm saying this is because not really people talk about it that often. I think The Quick and the Dead is. Yeah. I think it's a wonderful Western. I think again, it's one of those things on paper it just shouldn't work. Sam Raimi directing a Western. It just sounds bizarre. It's and it works. And not only does it work, but it's the concept of the movie is great. It really is. And Gene Hackman is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful in it. Everyone's firing. I thought DiCaprio was fantastic. Sharon Stone was amazing as well. Even the little cameos in it, like the likes of Lance Hendrickson and Keith Davis, and I loved I love every part of that movie. It's again, I just don't think it gets talked about as much as the likes of Unforgiven and Tombstone. Yeah. So we got a question for you, Carlos. We got one there. Sean wanted to ask you one. So he said, which of the Dollar trilogy films is your favorite? For me, it's the middle one. Ennio Morricone's score for it was wonderful. So I think you already answered already.
Yeah, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. The memory of my dad telling me this is a movie you need to watch. I mean, I was already into movies at that time, sort of a 9-year-old watching the Pink Panther and the James Bond movies, a few Steve McQueen movies, but I remember watching that movie, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and going to school the next day thinking, wow, what have I just watched? And when you watch the movie, when you're thinking about that movie for weeks and weeks and weeks after.
Absolutely.
I became a Clint Eastwood fan that very moment and a Western fan that very moment, because when you watch, which I'm pretty sure you would have done it if you watched a John Carpenter movie for the first time, you want to go and watch all the rest of their movies, and you go on that journey, don't you?
Absolutely.
Whether it's a director or an actor. So yeah, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, clearly.
Absolutely. And is just out of curiosity then, is The Good and the Bad and the Ugly, is it one of those movies that you can watch it without seeing the other two?
Yeah, because even though Eastwood's got a different name in all three of the movies, but he wears the poncho in all the movies. So yeah, I mean they're just kind of like different stories. So they're not like direct sequels. If they, it's not like it's they're kind of individual stories. Obviously, when you watch Fistful of Dollars, that was that was done on a very shoestring budget, and obviously, when you watch For a Few Dollars More, you got a better cast. It's a lot more bigger budget. The action pieces are a lot better, and then when you get to The Bad and Ugly, you've got now a more epic feeling to the movie because it's now 2.5 to 3 hours long, and how that movie ends is going to be something spectacular because it's a fitting trilogy because how the movies each time it's raised. Yeah,
I didn't bring it up there earlier as well, but when I watched The Hateful Eight for the first time there a couple of weeks back, something did happen in that movie where I did say to Ellen, I was like, you know what, fuck right off. It actually really infuriated me. And it's when we were watching it and I seen Ennio Morricone's name coming up at the credits. And I was like, oh, wow. I was like, okay. And all of a sudden, they started playing the song from The Thing. And I was like, no, fuck that. No, and it didn't fit into the movie whatsoever. And I was like, no, I found the whole thing to be very disrespectful. And I was like, that bit of music belongs in The Thing. It has no business being in your fucking Western. I don't care if you're paying a homage to him. It just seemed so out of place in that segment. And I was actually angry. I was fucking really angry when I watched it. I was like, no, it was bad. I have all the credit, all the praise for Tarantino, but he got it wrong. He got it wrong there for me.
The funny thing is, Keith, Tarantino done that in Django Unchained. On the soundtrack, you've got, I'm sure it was a James Brown track, and you've also got a Tupac track, which
that's right.
Does not fit in, and
no, I agree.
As much as I like Django Unchained, because I mean it's one of the better sort of westerns that's been made in the last sort of 2-3 decades. I mean, it's a great one, but the music shouldn't have been, James Brown and Tupac in a western movie sort of soundtrack. And one of the best moments for me was when Tarantino pops up, because I'm not really a big fan of him when he's in movies, but when he got blown up to bits, I was cheering for that moment.
But that's the thing about Tarantino. Only Tarantino he's the only director out there that can get away with doing that. If any other director done that, they'd be ridiculed. But he can get away with it. So I kind of get it.
But Keith, the accent that he had.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sort of thinking maybe he's come out with that accent so people to get he's pissing the viewer off. But then when he gets blown up to bits, we're cheering. Well, I was anyway.
And then I think of it. Does Tarantino survive? Oh, he would have survived Pulp Fiction, because everything that he's in, he always dies in it. Like he dies in From Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah. If I remember correctly, he's in Planet Terror. He has a cameo in that. He dies in it. You mentioned there Django as well. He dies in that. Does he die in Reservoir Dogs?
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
He gets shot, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He does. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah. So he always fucking dies in his movies.
Something? Funny enough, I actually liked his character. I didn't like his character in From Dusk Till Dawn.
So did I.
He annoyed me, but I enjoyed his short sort of character performance in Pulp Fiction, because I actually really like that, because when they come over and they go to his place, and I thought it was really quite fun.
I still haven't seen Pulp Fiction. It's the only Tarantino I haven't seen. But I've said this before. I've seen that many scenes from Pulp Fiction that, I probably have seen the movie if you put them all together. Because I know that entire segment that you're talking about. If I remember correctly, it's to blow the head off the lad behind the car, isn't it? And that to go to Tarantino's house.
They take the body round there. But the thing is about Pulp Fiction, Keith, you've got so many great characters and create actors and actresses that pop up in the movie, and they have their moment in the movie. It's just one of those movies where, you know, there's just so many great, classic, iconic scenes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never.
That's what I'm saying. I have the 4K release of it. Someone gave it to me as a gift. Jowd was his name to actually give me it as a gift, and I'm kind of curious when I watch it. You know, I'd love to add up the minutes that where I could turn around and say, yeah, I didn't see that. I've never seen that. But I'm telling you now, I have seen the bulk of that movie by just seeing certain clips, because as you said, there are so many iconic scenes from that movie. So I probably have seen every iconic scene from it. So yeah, I'll have to get around to it someday. I really do. Wow, we got Ash here, and he says, good evening, Keith and Carlos. Let's hope for another great stream. A female Plissken, maybe Rachel Zegler in Escape from Twatland. Fucking hell. Wow, I tell you, she's getting it from all angles at the moment. Jesus Christ.
What a great title.
Oh, that is a great title. Escape from Twatland. That's so good. Oh, I tell you, she's getting it bad at the moment. I'm actually starting to feel really sorry for her, because no person deserves that kind of hatred. It's horrible. It is. But she brought a lot of it on herself as well. Oh, we've got Michael here. Michael, Escape into 4K HD. He said, Outlaw Josie Wells, have it pre-ordered. Cheers, he says. Yeah, have you got, I'm presuming you have that pre-ordered yourself as well, Carlos, do you?
Yeah. That's actually my favourite American Western.
Really?
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I mean,
wow.
My favourite spaghetti Western would be, and favourite movie of all time would be The Good, Bad, and Ugly. But my favourite American Western would be The Outlaw Josie Wells. Yeah, wow, that movie for me just gets better and better for me. It's a great story.
Hopefully it'll get even better again with that 4K transfer. We got Gashead Steve here saying, evening, gents. Hi all. Hey, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
That's a name I have not seen in a long, long time. Wow. I'm seeing a few channels that I haven't seen around for a while. It's great to see. We got Stephen Moles here saying, Keith, have you seen the Land of Saints and Sinners, starring Liam Neeson, including Kerry Condon, Jack Gleeson, Colm Meaney, and Kieran Hines? The film was shot in County Donegal. No, never heard of it. Carlos, ring a bell with you?
That sounds like an early Liam Neeson movie to me.
2023.
Oh, is it? Oh, I haven't seen a lot of his latest stuff. I've got to confess.
I'm the same. Oh God, I don't want to sound bad or anything like that, but Liam Neeson has kind of gone a bit like. Do you remember when Bruce Willis, before, he retired? You remember the amount of garbage he was bringing out and all that? But now it all makes sense why he was doing it, because he knew he had this sickness on him. But Liam Neeson it just seems like he's just taking on any script at the moment. But maybe that one that Steven's talking about, it could be one of the good ones. Let's just say that.
Trouble is, Keith, Liam Neeson, I mean, like, I know he's been doing, he's kind of been in that mold, that sort of frame where he's been doing these quick action movies, and he's a good actor. Somebody ringing?
Oh, hello? I am swear to God, I'm gonna kick lumps in my fucking brother. See, now what's happened is my brother rang me, and now I can't fucking hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue the stream, but your vocals are down very low. And the thing is, if I jump out of this now, I lose all my fucking comments. So I am going to kick the ever-loving fucking shit out of him when I meet him tomorrow. I tell him I swear to God, every week I tell him, don't ring me Friday. Don't ring me Friday. And he keeps fucking doing it.
Do you want me to come out,
anyway?
Keith?
What?
Do you want me to come out?
No, it won't make a difference. If for me to get the volume back, I would have to go out and come back in. And if I go out and come back in, I lose all my fucking comments. So I'm gonna have to continue it. There's nothing I could do.
Okay.
Just 1 second, though. Just let me. I'm just going to just put you out. I will just put you out. Actually, go back out. Go back out. And, yeah, you do it. Just go out and come back in and see if it makes a difference.
Okay.
Sorry about this, folks. Unfucking real. Ellen, if you're watching, babe, will you text that twit not to ring me again? So yeah, Stephen, sorry, mate. No, I haven't gotten around to watching that, so apologies. Okay, here we go. He's back. Please be better. Right, say something to me, Carlos. Can you hear me?
Hiya, Keith.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still down low.
Yeah.
Look, there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to move on, and I'll just have to kind of really listen to you. So sorry about that. Unreal. Anyway, moving on. We've got Danny here saying, "Hi, Keaton Carlos. Will you be pre-ordering the Sean Connery 4K James Bond collection?"
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, love the Sean Connery Bond movies.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be picking them up as well. He's not my favorite Bond. I still prefer Roger Moore, believe it or not. But yeah, I will definitely be picking that up, and hopefully they'll do the justice on those 4K transfers.
Yeah.
Sorry, just going through just a lot of people talking here. That happens a lot on these streams, Carlos. We got Steve 281 here saying, "Evening, fellas. How are we all doing, Carlos? We've not had the pleasure. Great to see. Great to see you. Westerns are not really my bag, but the Wild Bunch is a masterpiece. 4K from Warner Brothers, please," he said. So yeah, Carlos, are you part of Nigel's group on Facebook by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve does be very active on that. He does. He's a good lad. He's always
the name. Yeah, I have heard of the name. Yeah.
Yeah, he talks to me and John very regularly. He's a very good lad. He is. He loves all of this as well. So if you do see him on that Facebook group, just interact. I think you'll have a good time chatting with him. Right, where are we? We got Stephen Moles here saying, "A good Western to check out is Red Sun, starring Charles Bronson." There you go, Carlos. Good.
Yeah, that's kind of like an East versus West. Bronson with a samurai swordsman. Yeah, it's one of my favorite top 10 Charles Bronson movie for me. There is a Studio Canal 4K release of it, which I still haven't picked up. But good Western.
Studio Canal.
Yeah.
Is that the one with the kind of there's like a feather on the cover, if I remember correctly?
No, that'd be Soldier Blue.
Thank you. Okay. We got Gary here saying, "Juror number 2 is a decent courtroom drama. I quite enjoyed that one, guys. I think you will too." That's good to hear.
Yeah.
That is good to hear. Oh, geez, we got Gary Tilford here as well. "Greetings to you both. I have ordered the steelbook for Dirty Harry as the standard artwork looks very poor. Would love to see Kelly's Heroes and Where Eagles Dare on 4K. What's wrong with I didn't see the standard release for Dirty Harry. Is it bad, Carlos?
No, it just looks like a sort of I mean, when they do these 4K releases, we always, as movie fans and collectors, there's nothing better than the original artwork. But when they just put like a random photo that's taken out of the movie and put that as a cover, it kind of annoys people. And so that's what he's referring to as a Dirty Harry Amaray standard release. It's just a photo of Eastwood in a suit. Yeah, I mean, put some sort of a cover on it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Robert, I was going to say there as well. Kelly's Heroes and Where the Eagles There. Are you a fan?
Yeah, both movies. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd probably like Kelly's Heroes if you've not seen Keith, because you got Keith,
No.
you got Donald Sutherland in that.
Oh wow.
And yeah, that's kind of more of a comedy war movie, where Eagles There is kind of more of a sort of a men on the mission. Eastwood and Richard Burton.
Okay.
So the two, I mean, they came out sort of within sort of 3 or 4 years between, but they are both quite different war movies.
Okay. We got Michael here as well saying, "Hey guys, hope you're both well." Yeah, mate, doing great, Michael. All balls well with you. Sorry, the people that are watching 55, can you just let me know that you can hear me okay? I hope that phone call didn't kind of ruin in terms of how you are hearing me and Carlos. So if one of you can just leave a comment down, I'll scroll down to the bottom and just see if everything's okay. So thanks again for that. We got Gary here saying, Unbreakable is my third favorite Bruce Willis movie, but the sequel Glass, it could have been so much better than it was. What are your thoughts on it? Glass.
I actually don't own Glass because Bruce I think Bruce has only got a very small part in it. But having rewatched this movie, I definitely want to get the second and the third movie, Glass and Split, I should say.
Yeah.
Split's the second one, isn't it? And Glass is the third one, which is Bruce Willis. Yeah, I think he's in it a little bit more.
That's right.
I haven't seen those two movies, and obviously because I enjoyed this one so much on the revisit, and it's been so long since I've watched it before, and I didn't expect to enjoy it as much, so I've got to pick the other two up, which I've never seen. I've got to confess, I haven't seen the other two.
Glass, I have to agree with Gary. I found it to be so underwhelming, to the point of bad. But that's no surprise there. It being M. Night Shyamalan, there's no middle ground with M. Night Shyamalan. The movie's either good or bad. And Glass is bad. I'm not going to lie. But Split, on the other hand, might be an unpopular opinion, but I might put Split ahead of Unbreakable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's what James McAvoy in that movie, because he plays so many split personalities. His acting is just extraordinary. He brings every one of those personalities to life, and not many actors can do that or can say that. So I think you'll really enjoy Split. I don't know what you're going to think of Glass. I really don't know. Yeah. We got Gary here saying as well, will you be getting John Carpenter's Starman on 4K? Are you a fan of Starman, Carlos?
Yeah, I think that's one of his most underrated ones, for the fact that obviously Carpenter wanted to do something a bit different. Obviously, with E.T. being a kind of more of a heartwarming alien story, then we had Starman, and Jeff Bridges is absolutely fantastic in it. You can see why he was nominated for Best Actor. I reckon he should have won it, to be honest, because I thought he was fantastic.
I agree. I think that movie was John Carpenter's way of getting back into the good graces of the studios. Apparently, he kind of pissed them off a lot, and he done Starman, and then he was back in the good books again. And I think because of that, he was able to go on to make Big Trouble in Little China. But I've spoken about Starman before. I absolutely will be picking it up on 4K, and I have high expectations for it on 4K. And it's only because Carpenter's movies look sensational on 4K. But I've spoken about this on a stream before. Now I'm going to get all goddamn emotional. There's something about that movie. That the ending destroys me. Absolutely. And I mean, it destroys me. It spirals me into a little bit of depression, and I find it hard to shake it off me. for a couple of hours after. I don't know what it is. I don't know if something happened to me in my youth that I've effectively blocked out of my memory, and it's associated with that movie and its ending. I don't know. I know the score of it plays a huge role in it as well. The score is so beautiful. But yeah, when I get it on 4K, I can guarantee you now, when I watch it, I'll be watching it on a night where I'm going to be watching 3 other movies, and that will definitely be the first one I'm going to watch. And I'm going to be knocking on 3 absolute fucking gems. You know, it's probably going to be fucking Halloween, and you know, it's probably going to be all Carpenter related. And it's them other 3 will take me out of my depression after watching it. And though it sounds daft, I don't know how to describe it to you, but there's something that really upsets me about Starman. But the score, Jesus, the score to it is beautiful.
I've got to be honest, Keith. When that movie came out, when I first watched it, I didn't know what I just watched, because I was expecting aliens and, you know, a little bit with a kind of horror theme to it. But because it had the love story sort of storyline, and I'm not the biggest Karen Allen fan, and she was pretty good in it, and that movie has definitely grown on me in the last 10 years for sure. So the 4K release on that, I'm definitely interested, and vampires as well. I'll be honest, Village of the Damned, I know you picked that one up. It's not that bad of a movie, but it's far from Carpenter's best. But you know, Vampires is in my John Carpenter top 10, as well as Starman. So I've got to pick up those versions on 4K.
Village of the Damned is a bit like Vampire for me at the moment. It seems like every time I watch it, it's kind of clawing its way up the charts at the moment for me. Very strange. I know Andy sees Village of the Damned as probably Carpenter's most underrated movie. Yeah. He thinks that it doesn't get the love that it absolutely deserves, and I get it. I really do. But that's the beauty. I think that's the beauty of 4K at the moment. It literally can breathe new life into these movies, not just in terms of picture quality, but again, you know, makes you appreciate them a bit more than you probably originally did.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have a lot of time for Village of the Damned. I really do at the moment. But you know what? Like me and Ellen, when we watch Vampires, right after it, we watch Ghost of Mars on 4K.
Yeah.
And I can tell you now, Ellen thought, when she first seen Ghost of Mars, she thought it was the worst thing she's ever seen. She couldn't believe how much she enjoyed it when we watched it a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
Hands down, the best viewing experience I ever had with Ghost of Mars. And I can tell you now, it's nothing to do with its 4K transfer, because the 4K transfer wasn't all that impressive. I didn't. It's not terrible, but it's probably my worst 4K transfer from Carpenter. But it just goes to show that when you have the right night, you have the right atmosphere, and you're onto your 6th pint, magic can happen.
I've still got the Indicator Blu-ray release of it, so maybe I'll have to have a couple of drinks when I watch that. I mean, I don't know, the cast. I just found that the cast was really odd. It was an odd choice for John Carpenter. You know, you got actors and actresses in there, and you're sort of thinking, why has he picked him and why has he picked her? I mean, Ice Cube. I mean, Jason Statham could have done so much more in that movie, but I don't know. I don't know.
Like, even had what's her name? Oh God, I'm drawing a blank now. Jackie Brown.
Pam Grier. Yeah.
Pam Grier. Yeah, and she was horribly underutilized in the movie as well.
Like,
and that it's an odd cast, to say the least.
Yeah.
And it's so cheesy. The dialogue is so cheesy in it. Like, I think I even said it in my video. I haven't put it out yet, but if just look at the last 10 seconds of that movie and just listen to the dialogue between Ice Cube and Natasha Hendrickson in it, it's cringing to look at. But I don't know what to tell you. It just got us on a good night. It was fucking epic. I'm half tempted to never watch Ghost of Mars again.
The points were
Because
flowing.
I don't want it to go back down again. I just want to leave it up now.
So don't watch it sober.
No, oh, definitely not. Fuck that. Stephen Dunn said, Keith, I knew you'd mentioned vampires as a Western. Great transfer with some beautiful scenic shots. Yeah, like you'll see it, Carlos, if you do pick it up on 4K. There's a lot of dusk shots in vampires, and I tell you one thing: you see them on 4K. That's when 4K comes alive. When you're getting a lot of natural light, you know, nothing is forced. And oh, that looks like his battery died. You still there, Carlos? Can you hear me? No. Well, there you go, Mike. You put the curse on it. But then again, he done very well. An hour and 40 minutes. I'm sure he'll be back in a second anyway. So, yeah, Steve, vampires. And I'm so happy that you got as much out of that transfer as I did. What a movie. Al Humphreys, what bottle key? You got the wrong bloke. I fucking haven't. I can smell it from here, Al. I think we got Ash here. Carlos, which Eastwood fan? Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Back again.
You're going to laugh.
Got the kiss of death now.
That was my brother. I told him last night, do not ring me. I'll be round about 11. I'm on a stream. And he's just decided to ring me.
Unbelievable. You just came back in time there anyway, because we have a question for you from Ash. He says, Carlos, which Eastwood films do you prefer? His early Westerns, his Dirty Harry period, or his later masterpieces like King Cadillac, The Mule, etc.?
I've got to say, my favourite movie series. I mean, there's some great movie series that I love, like the Indiana Jones, the first 3 movies, you know, the Rambo series of movies. But I've got to say, Dollar Trilogy movies and the Dirty Harry movies, they're my favourite movie series, and it's hard for me to sort of. I mean, if you can take all my movies from my collection, I'll just say, right, just give me the Dirty Harry and the Dollar Trilogy box sets. If I can keep those, if the house was burning, I'd probably run in the house and grab those 2 box sets out.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to answer because, like, I'm not I love Clint Eastwood. It goes without saying, he's an absolute legend. But I don't love him as much as other people do out there. So it would be very hard for me to choose, because I probably wouldn't say his earlier stuff because I haven't been introduced to it, so I can't really comment on it. But the Dirty Harry period was fantastic, no question about it. But I do like, you know, as he mentioned there, the likes of Up to the Mule, you know, Gran Torino. You know, in the line of the 90s movies he'd done as well, In the Line of Fire, I thought was absolutely incredible. He's just a fucking legend. He's just a legend. Yeah. It's no complaints. We have Steve here saying, one of my favorite Clint Eastwood performances is in The Line of Fire. Good mix of pissed off grit and vulnerability. Also, let's hear it for Fido Bido. What is it, Bido? Fido Bido?
Fido Bedo in the Every Which Way But Loose, Any Which Way You Can.
Oh my god, fucking yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
We need a UK Blu-ray release of those 2 movies, because we could only I think a lot of the collectors in the UK would get the German or the American release.
Yeah, so we never got them on Blu-ray, did we not?
No.
Jesus. Okay, again, I thought I had them in my collection. That's a good one. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with you. You know something? You're going through a great spell of 4K at the moment. You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe it might happen.
Yeah.
Sorry, Carlos. We got George here. George Condy saying, "Hey guys, have you used Diablo? Diablo?
What's that?
Not quite sure what that means.
Well, Diablo
Sorry,
means
George.
devil. That means devil
Well,
in Spanish.
Yeah. Don't know what the hell that is. I honestly don't know.
Have you seen Diablo? No.
No, definitely have not seen it. We got Dan here as well saying Austin Butler. There you go. That was the actor I was trying to come up with.
Okay.
Who played? Yeah, I'm going to keep a close eye on that chap. I think he's going places. I really do. I think he's a wonderful actor. Oh right. Okay, so George said went on to say Scott Eastwood is in Diablo, and it's a western.
Oh yeah. I've heard about that one.
Oh, you've never seen it, have you not?
No, I've been told to get a copy of
that. Alan Meggs here saying your top 3 non-Western Eastwood roles. Mine are $1 Million Baby, In the Line of Fire, and Gran Torino. So non-Western roles.
Definitely Gran Torino. I mean, what a great character, which, kind of resembles to a lot of the kind of more older generation of sort of American veterans. Gran Torino, I would say. $1 Million Baby is another great one because he's playing his age. He's playing a kind of an old boxing trainer. Probably The Mule would be a good one because again he's playing. When you get a lot of these stars like Stallone and Arnie, they're always playing characters that they're still in their 40s and 50s. But Eastwood kind of graces. He ages grace. He ages well in movies. He never tries to play younger characters.
Yeah.
So those characters, for sure.
There's a few that kind of stand out. Like, there's no question about it. In the Line of Fire and Gran Torino would be definitely in there for me. But he does belt out some fantastic lines in the Line of Fire in particular. And like Steve said earlier, the movie has got a bit of everything in it when it comes to Clint Eastwood. Like when he's funny, he's very funny. Like the bit in it where he's about to make love to Rene Russo, and you see all this shit coming off them and them thrown on the ground. And then she gets called away, and then he's just lying in the bed and he goes, "Now I have to put that shit back on." You can just belt it. He can put out such great lines and he can just deliver them so perfectly. He's just such a talent. But
great one-liners.
Yeah, Heartbreak Ridge is another one that stands out for me. The Rookie would be another.
Yeah.
That I really enjoyed him in. There's so many. And then of course, not forgetting fucking Dirty Harry, of course. So yeah, there's just so many out there. We got Trekker not here saying, do both of you think the Snyderverse will be remembered fondly in years to come now that it's being rebooted again? Are you a fan of do you watch any of the movies, Carlos?
What movies are they, sorry, Keith?
The Snyderverse, the Man of Steel, Justice League movies, all that kind of stuff.
To be honest, a lot of the DC and the Marvel movies, I actually don't really enjoy watching them as teams, as groups. I actually prefer seeing them single because I think the first time I watched the first Avenger movie, you had like 20 minutes on that character, 10 minutes on that character, and it's hard to cram all the characters in. So for me, watching a DC or a Marvel movie, I like seeing them as their single movies, like the Iron Man or Superman. Yeah. That's just my preference.
I get it.
I enjoy them, but I don't love them.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I completely understand. I'm to be honest with you, Trek, and I don't think they're going to be remembered at all. If I'm complete, I don't like to say that because I think there's people out there that can be kind of hypocritical when it comes to Zack Snyder, because when he put out Batman versus Superman, all of a sudden, I remember the internet exploded saying, this is a terrible movie. Ben Affleck was a terrible choice, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and then the Justice League happened, and all that fucking mess went on with the Justice League, and then all of a sudden that Snyder cut came out for the Justice League, and all of a sudden things started to change. All of a sudden everyone was like, "Oh, you know, he's actually not that bad, Zack Snyder," and now they want him to be able to continue that universe. So, honestly, I think in time, I know if I look back, you know, when I'm in my 70s or 80s, and I look back at Superman and Batman, I'm going to remember Christopher Reeves as Superman, and I'm going to remember probably Michael Keaton and maybe Christian Bale as Batman. So, no, I don't think I'm going to be remembered. Yeah.
I'm the same.
We got Mike here saying, with all the great disc announcements recently, what would you hope gets collector's releases, and what label would you like to see release it? Oh, that's a good question. Ooh.
I think we've mentioned this one before quite a few times, Keith, on the streams. Day of the Dead, Second Sight.
That's right.
Really surprised they have not jumped on that.
I absolutely agree. To be honest with you, I just want Second Sight to revisit Assault on Precinct 13. That's if I can get that.
Yeah.
I'll take that all day long. They brought it out. I think it's, if I remember correctly, Assault on Precinct 13 was one of Second Sight's first kind of collector's editions to come out on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for them to fucking revisit it on 4K and give us the transfer that I'm not going to say it desperately needs. It fucking doesn't. The Blu-ray looks great. But there is issues with it in terms of Black Crush. But I would take Assault on Precinct 13 for some Second Sight.
Funny thing is, anyway, there can't be that many more John Carpenter movies that need 4K, because I think most of them have the 4K.
You know, it's criminal that it's criminal to think that Big Trouble still hasn't gotten one yet.
Yeah, that one, and there's one or two others that's not being.
Yeah, in the Mount of Madness didn't get one either, and Memoirs of an Invisible Man didn't get one. And then if you want to kind of go back to the 70s, like Dark Star, Elvis, you know, they all still kind of. I to be honest, I could live without a Dark Star 4K release.
That does not have the 4K look.
No, it absolutely doesn't.
I think you see so many bits of string and sort of mistakes popping up on the screen.
No, I could definitely do without it. We got Saul here saying, as Carlos seems to be such an Eastwood fan, have you guys watched his latest movie, Juror 2? It's let me reflect a lot about justice and morality. Yeah, Saul, we kind of talked about it earlier. Neither of us have seen it yet, so
I've actually got it on order, but like I can't believe I've actually not done a update for the last 3 months. I think I'm going to be putting up an update tomorrow, and it's going to be 3 months worth. And I still can't believe I didn't pick up the Juror number 2.
Right.
But I mean, I just got sort of pulled into quite a lot of 4K titles that I picked up because I picked up my new TV just before Christmas. So I kind of been sort of, let's get these 4K movies on. I mean, so Juror 2 is actually only on the Blu-ray release, but I do have that on order.
Okay.
I do need to see it.
I need to actually order that myself. We got Stephen Wolves here saying, we need a UK Blu-ray release of Warlords of Atlantis, the land that time forgot, the people that time forgot, and the Earth's core. Now, I can tell you, Steve, I've never actually heard. I've heard of the land that time forgot, but the rest of them I've never heard of. Carlos, any of them ring a bell with you?
Yeah, they're old sort of classics. I remember watching them as a kid, those movies.
Right.
Trouble is with those sort of movies, when you watch them as a kid and then you watch them many years later, you can kind of really sometimes pick fault, obviously, because of the technology that they had in them days. So sometimes with the movies like that, I kind of want to kind of leave them when I watched them as a kid.
Yeah, I get it. I'm a bit like that as well with you. There's certain movies that I I massively appreciate back in the day, and I'm worried that how, like for instance, Flight of the Navigator comes to mind.
Yeah.
A movie that I loved back in the day as from my childhood, and I'm worried that I'll feel very differently about it now. So I just keep it in the past, and that has happened to me. It's happened to me recently, where, like, very recently, I sat down to watch Masters of the Universe, which the He-Man movie, and it's shocking. It's absolutely fucking shocking to look at.
I need to order that. I need to order that. I need to order that because it's on 88 Films, and yeah, I mean that's a perfect example. I mean, another movie I used to enjoy as a kid was The Last Starfighter.
No, it's funny you said that. Someone gave that to me as a gift. I have it on 4K. I need to check that one out. I really do.
Yeah.
So I don't. The thing is, I don't have that nostalgic connection to it. So it's low risk for me. We got Super 3 G50 here saying as well. Yeah, Space Hunter was shown in 3D in theaters back in '83. Since I remember seeing it myself, unbelievable, unreal. We got Decadent Dave. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Just tuned in thinking you were watching a fistful of dollars. See, that's the only problem when you do thumbnails like that. Yeah, sorry, mate. No. Sorry about that. We got Greg Brewer here saying, hi all. Hope all is well. Doing great, Greg. Thank you for stopping by. And he said, hi, Carlos. Oh, you obviously know him, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I hate putting this down here. I'm sorry, Mike. He said, Time Crimes, have you seen it yet? And I was like, no. And you're not going to believe this, Mike. I have the Umbrella Collector's Edition of it as well, and I still haven't watched it. I will get to it. I fucking promise you I will get to it. There must be something to it because Umbrella Entertainment brought it out in a beautiful release. So there has to be something to it. I will promise you, Michael, I'll get around to it. Have you ever seen Time Crimes, Carlos?
Time Crimes? Who's in that?
Absolutely. I think it's, if I remember correctly, I think it's a Spanish movie. I hope I'm getting that right. I think that's why he told me when he gave it to me.
Not familiar with that one.
Okay. Sorry about that, Michael. Unreal. I like Metal Storm better than Space Hunter. Metal Storm?
I'm not familiar with that one.
Not familiar with that one either. Wow, just speaking of Umbrella, there you go. I just got the Umbrella Hardware Collector's Edition. What an amazing set. Yeah, Greg, I'm going to be taking a gamble on that movie. I don't. Are you aware of Hardware, Carlos?
That name rings a bell, but I'm drawing a blank, I'm afraid.
I think it's one of those covers. I've never seen it either now, but it's one of those covers that I guarantee if you've seen the original artwork for it, the VHS artwork, it will ring a bell with you. You'd be going, jeez, I remember seeing that in my local my local video shop back in the day. But I never got around to watching it. And the fella that helps me, Connor Gray, that gives me a lot of those Umbrella releases. I think both of us are getting that. We're going to take a gamble and get that release of it and see how it works out for us. The trailer looks intriguing, to say the least. That's all I'm going to say. Where am I looking? Greg Brewer went on to say, Dust Devil is great, but been a while since I've seen it. Dust Devil?
Dust Devil? No, I'm not familiar with that one. Sorry.
Sorry, Carlos. I'm just kind of trying to go. There's so many people talking to each other. It's unreal. Stephen Mose went on to say, I like The Core and Sunshine. you seen any of them, Carlos?
The Sunshine, I'm pretty sure that was a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, that's right.
I haven't seen that for quite a while. I think that was a one-time watch for me.
What about The Core?
No.
Yeah, Stephen, I've seen The Core. It's, you know what, I do like it, but it is fucking so stupid. It goes beyond the realms of stupidity, as a matter of fact. But it's kind of a bit like Armageddon. You just kind of just knock it on, you knock off your brain, and just enjoy what's on screen. Sunshine, I've seen it once before, and I remember thinking at the time I didn't need to see it again.
Yeah.
But I did see it at a very young age, and I might need to revisit that one. I think I might appreciate it a bit more now. The Wild Bunch is like playing Red Dead Redemption. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. We got Mark Bennett here saying, kids in bed, wife out, and I'm still an hour late from the stream. I said to the wife on our wedding night, if she wanted to watch Deep Impact, she said yes. And her chuff took a pounding. Wow. Thanks for that fucking, Mark. Holy fuck. I'm sure your wife is going to appreciate reading that.
Yeah.
We got Mike here saying The Long Riders is a violent Western. You know that one, Carlos?
Yeah, that's with the Carradine brothers and the Keach brothers. It's a Walter Hill movie. We need a UK release of that as well.
Walter Hill? What year was that?
The Long Riders, I think that was early 80s or late 70s.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I think there is a Kino release of that.
On 4K?
No, just on Blu-ray.
On Blu-ray, okay. We got Bunzo Dog here saying, hello lads, a quick question for Carlos. What is your favourite spaghetti western from Sergio Leone and Sergio Corbucci and Sergio Salima? Wow, I'm amazed I actually got that out. Wow.
Yeah, the three Sergios. Sergio Leone, the good, the bad, the ugly. Sergio Corbucci. Most people would probably be familiar with Django, but I think The Great Silence is the better movie. And Sergio Salima, I would say The Big Gun Down with Lee Van Cleef, which we've had a great release on Indicator.
Okay.
That's one of the releases that I sent to John. That big special edition.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
it's a stunning release as well. Lovely release. Right, where are we going? So we've Gary here. He said, I hear Bone Tomahawk is a really violent movie. Have you guys seen it? And is it as violent as they say?
Have you seen that one, Keith? Have you seen that, Keith?
Right. No. But I fucking have seen that. I have seen that scene.
Yeah.
Okay, Carlos, have you, I presume you've seen it, have you?
Yeah.
So actually, outside of that scene, is it a violent movie?
I mean, we done a Westerns for Life podcast episode on it, and I actually chose, because when we do that review series, we take sort of turns on picking a Western between myself, Dan, and Jeff, and I actually chose the Bone Tomahawk because it's got a horror feel to it, and it's one that I've always enjoyed, but it's quite a slow burn because the characters involved in the movie, it's like a journey. And some people will say, oh well, it's not that good a Western, it's too slow, there's not enough action. But there is, obviously what happens at the end is pretty brutal, but it's the journey for these guys that get there. So you're there for over 2 hours checking these guys out, and yeah, I mean, it is a pretty brutal watch. Amazingly done. I mean, I think with such a low budget, it's got an independent movie feel. I think it was shot in 28 days, and wow, I mean, they put out such a good Western like that. It's easily one of the best modern day Westerns for what they had. You know, obviously, you know, you're a big Kurt Russell fan. I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy this Western.
Yeah, I don't own the movie. I never actually owned it on any kind of format, but I was made aware of that scene, and I couldn't help myself. And when I watched it, I was like, "Fuck!" I was like, "Fuck!" I'm going to watch that movie if that's what it's going to be like. But I kind of got the impression that it is only that one scene where, you know, it's really at its worst. Put it that way.
Yeah.
It's shocking. It really is. It's horrible to look at. This would be an interesting one for the Carlos here as well. Just out of curiosity, Stephen Mole said you need to check out Ghost Town, 1988, a very good horror western.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with the cover. Never seen it. Never got around to watching that one.
Yeah. Must check that out myself. Kind of a horror western. That's that's intriguing. Marty also went on to say Bone Tomahawk is disturbing. Again, if that scene is anything to go by. We got Ash here saying Violet Westerns, definitely Soldier Blue, and the more recent Bone Tomahawk. Walter Hill actually paid homage to the Wild Bunch with Extreme Prejudice. Yeah,
that's a great movie. That Extreme Prejudice.
Never seen it.
Yes, with Nick Nolte and Powers Booth. It's kind of like you could say it's kind of like a modern day sort of Western, with two brothers at the opposite sides of the law. One's a ranger, while the other one, Nick Nolte's a kind of like a Texas Ranger, where Powers Booth is kind of like a drug baron. I think they're brothers or they're friends. I can't remember, but it's a great one. Great action scenes. Probably Walter Hill's most underrated movie for me.
Wow.
There is a Blu-ray released in the UK on Studio Canal. It's also released in the US. Actually, when I met up with Scott, I recommended him that movie, and he watched it, and he really enjoyed it. Extreme Prejudice.
Wow, okay. I need to give that a go. Would you believe if I told you I think I have the soundtrack to it on vinyl, but I've never actually. So I've actually heard the music for it, but I've never seen the movie. Wrap your head around that one. Fucking unreal. We got Cy Robson here saying Mark Singer was Beastmaster. Again, another movie I've never seen.
Oh, yes, he was. Yeah, I remember Beastmaster. That was kind of like one of those, it would have been early 80s, mid 80s kind of fantasy type movies. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Do you think it's another one of them movies that belongs in the past and keep it there?
Yeah, that one was definitely. Actually, it was quite popular as a VHS rental, the Beastmaster.
Right.
With families and kids.
I'm kind of intrigued because all of a sudden Gary has put down. Have you never seen Mark Singer Master Keith? Now the thing is, me and Gary do have very similar tastes, and I can tell by the way he wrote that. He's obviously a massive fan of it, so I might have to check this one out just so I can say that I've fucking seen it. We got Danny here saying, what is the grossest horror film you've ever seen, Keaton Carlos? For me, either The Evil Dead or The Thing. Fantastic stream, fellas. Well, thank you very much, Danny.
Cheers,
I really appreciate that. That's a testament to this man beside me.
When I first watched The Evil Dead, it was a horror movie that I was like, you know, I shouldn't have been watching it. I mean, I was probably 12 or 13, and I could not believe the gore. I mean, when you watch it more as a grown-up adult, you kind of laugh at it. But
yeah,
I mean, you know, some of the scenes where they're hacking the body parts up, you know, done on a low budget, just a unique movie for me, The Evil Dead. So probably The Evil Dead when I was a teen, but as an adult now, I'd probably say. God, I'm bloody mind's gone blank. Terrifier. that scene where they're chained up and he's hacking the body straight down the middle. I was like, that was like, what the fuck moment for me.
I'm going to stand by the movie that I always say, and I don't care how many Terrifier movies they'll bring out. It will never have the impact that this movie had with me. And funny enough, we're going to go right back to the last stream we done together, Carlos, with Romero. And I'm going to say Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
Hands down, the most disturbing, most grossest thing I've ever seen. The problem with me with Terrifier, here's the problem, and I keep saying it, and I felt the exact same way when I watched the third Terrifier movie. Practically speaking, on the practical side of things, I don't think they're particularly good. I don't think the effects are all that great. I think it's clear to see that it just doesn't see that the violence it's so ridiculously over the top that you're almost laughing at it.
Yeah.
Where if you watch Day of the Dead and you look at the work that Tom Savini done in that movie, that is hands down his masterpiece, Tom Savini. Just watch the last 15 minutes of that movie. It's horrendous, some of the scenes, and the way it's done, like them when they start pulling off your man's head and you can hear his vocal cords being stretched. You know, that's the kind of detail that they went into in this, where, you know, like I said, Terrifier just looks like he's hacking down mannequins. You know, I never found him to be convincing. Only one man in my eyes could do it convincingly, and that is Tom Savini.
Yeah.
But a great shout out, by the way, with The Thing. Like, you know, The Thing back in the day it's a shocker. Hands down, the greatest practical movie in terms of practical effects, the greatest movie of all time. No movie is going to stand up against it. Nothing will ever stand up against it. So yeah, The Thing is a great shout out. But yeah, for me, Day of the Dead.
Yeah, that blood testing scene. Yeah, I mean, like, I remember watching that thinking, because everything was really slow paced. You think, where are they going to go with this? Obviously, they're sort of chained, they're handcuffed, they're tied up on their chairs, and they're doing the blood testing. And obviously, one of them fails the test, and then his neck gets stretched up and his head's up in the ceiling. I mean, that definitely was, you know, that was a what the fuck have I just watched moment.
There's just so many. There's just the dog transformation scene.
Yeah.
You know, there's just it's never ending in The Thing.
Yeah.
But the thing about the thing about The Thing is
say that after a couple of drinks.
Yeah, I'm fucking telling you. Wow. Imagine saying that with a few pints in you. No, the thing about it is that most of the violence that you see in it is based around the creature.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the only kind of real bad scene that you can think of that happens to a human in it is the defibrillator. I can't even say the fucking word. You know the scene where he's that scene, where he loses his arms. Take nothing away from it. It's still pretty horrendous. We got Matthew just confirming, that was Austin Butler. Yeah, thanks again. Didn't even know he was in Dune 2. Still haven't seen that movie. Really need to get around to it. We got Mike here saying, recently watched Megan for the first time, and I must admit, it was pretty underwhelmed by it. He was pretty underwhelmed by it. I might have to give it another go, seeing as I spent 32 bastard quid on the collector's edition. Them's are the breaks, Mike. Them's are the breaks. Carlos, have you ever seen Megan?
Actually, Nigel sent me a copy. I still haven't watched it yet. But yeah, really? I need to watch the other movies. I will get around to that one eventually.
Yeah, I think it's a fun watch. It's never going to be a great movie in my eyes, put it that way. But I found it to be okay. I enjoyed it. I did. You might get something from it. We got Al Humphreys here saying, smash the like button, good people of the chat. Well, thank you, Al. Yes,
cheers,
and only if you're enjoying what you see, mate. I appreciate that.
Appreciate that as well.
I've seen this movie doing the rounds, but someone saw you said The Sadness is one of the most brutal films I've ever seen. Have you ever seen that? I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
The Sadness.
Yeah,
No.
I think it's is it Asian? If I remember correctly.
Do you know what that title of the film sounds familiar?
Do you know why it might sound familiar? If I remember, I could be getting this wrong, but I'm almost certain John Perry got it very recently from Vinegar Syndrome. He might have. I think he did.
Yeah.
So I've never seen it myself, but I remember John. I do know John was talking about it on his video, and he did say it is it's a brutal watch. So yeah.
I've got to say one thing, Keith. Sorry, as me just remembering, as kind of horrible movies, disgusting movies. I saw The Devil, an Asian movie. That movie is pretty horrific.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I sent Scott a copy. You can. It's basically a cop after a serial killer, and he's trying to bring him to justice. Yeah, you can get that in the UK quite cheap. Okay. I saw The Devil. For me, I mean, Old Boy was pretty sickening, but I saw The Devil just raises it another level.
Right. The one thing I will say though is we're just talking about violence here in movies. I still go back, and funny enough, I think we spoke about it on that Romero stream. I would still take atmosphere over violence all day, every day. It just seems like with today's audiences, if the movie is not brutal, then it's just not good in their eyes. Yeah. Where you shouldn't have to rely on violence, over the top violence, to enjoy a movie. Look, I keep going back to Halloween. You barely see a drop of blood in Halloween.
Yeah.
Which is quite incredible. And there's a reason to why it's classed as one of the greatest horror movies of all time, and it's because of the sense of atmosphere that you get in it. That whole thing of him getting closer and closer to his victims as the movie goes on. There's something very scary about it all. So, yeah, I think that's the way horror movies have gone these days now. And I remember when Megan came out, funny enough, people were whining that Megan wasn't violent and this, that, and the other. It's no good because it's not violent. And then, of course, the uncut version came out on 4K or Blu-ray, and then everyone was happy because the violence was there. But I have to tell you, like, I watched Megan, and I watched the theatrical, and I watched the uncut. The uncut added the violence. It added absolutely nothing to the movie.
Yeah,
it was still the same movie. And yeah, I just think people should just. World War Z was another great example of it. They've done it with World War Z as well. They've done an uncut version where they added the violence in.
Yeah.
And it just looked daft. It just didn't need to be there. So yeah, I just, for me, atmosphere is key.
Yeah,
good.
I'm with you on that, because like violence for the sake of violence, it's got to be put right. I mean, you mentioned atmosphere. For me, The Fog, that steady build up of atmosphere, I just absolutely love. And that means more to me, being kept on edge rather than seeing gore in your face a little bit. It's kind of the reason why I didn't enjoy the Evil Dead remake, which has got a lot of gore. But for me, it just, I know there's fans out there of the Evil Dead remake, but for me, it was just like, it was too in your face. It was them trying to sort of outdo the original movie with the amount of blood. So they kind of should have went from a different angle with
I get that. I get what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. I get it. Yeah. Like there's a series out there that's the violence is unavoidable. Like, for instance, Terrifier. Because if Terrifier doesn't have violence, then it has nothing.
Yeah.
Let's face it, they really don't. Yeah. So there is a series out there, but when it's the sake of putting violence in the movie for the sake of having it there, I don't, especially when it wasn't originally there and then you put it in. Yeah, it just adds nothing to the movie for me. We got Greg Brewer here saying, I have the Vinegar Syndrome done that Beastmaster on 4K. Okay.
4K, wow.
Jesus, okay. Right, everyone's just still talking to each other. We got Stephen Moles here saying, I got a few things coming from HMV, The Heretic, The Substance, Nosferatu, Wolfman, The Killer, which is the remake, Flight Risk, and I have Craven the Hunter coming tomorrow. Now,
Great.
The thing is,
Great
I'm just looking at them, right? The thing is, right, I'm looking at that list, and that list, everything that he said there, bar Craven the Hunter, I have no interest in. But everything else he said, I am intrigued to watch. Having said that, every one of those movies have the potential to be shit in my eyes. And none of them are like sure things for me.
Yeah.
I'm particularly The Heretic and Substance. I'm fearing the worst when it comes to those movies. Have you seen any, Carlos?
I've seen The Substance. Really well made, well shot. Demi Moore, she's outstanding in it.
All right.
Dennis Quaid is really, where has he been the last decade or two? He played a fantastic role in that. For me, it kind of went a little bit OTT towards the end. Now, I get it. People like it for that. But it's like a Cronenberg movie with the movie pieces.
Wow.
Thrown in.
Right.
That's my opinion of it.
See, the thing is,
I will be getting the movie. I'll be purchasing the release. But was it the best movie of last year? I didn't really watch that many fantastic, great modern day movies. The idea wise, it's good that they actually went all out and just went full, to the deep end with this.
Yeah.
Rather than sort of let's just kind of sit on the fence and go steady. It's a trippy movie. I think you will enjoy it. It's going to look absolutely fantastic on 4K because the way it's shot, all the color schemes is all sort of laid out. The colors, even what the characters are wearing, it's a beautiful movie to watch. I think you'll enjoy it. I don't know if you'll absolutely love it to pieces, if I'm honest.
That's where I think I am. I'm going to be like with basically all of those movies. I think I'm going to be hunting the middle ground, put it that way.
Yeah.
Where I think I'll think they're decent. I think they're all right, but nothing past it. The problem with Substance is seen as the kind of modern day body horror. Now, I like body horror movies, but they're movies I'll never love. I do like them, but there's a certain limit to them that I can only stand, and and it's funny. My brother seen Substance, and the first thing that came out of his mouth was that fucked the ending. He said something about the ending, and then he was like, "I'll never watch it again." But he didn't say it was terrible either. Yeah. He just said something about the ending, and he said, "I will never watch it again." But again, he didn't say he hated it. The Heretic, everyone talks about Hugh Grant in it. Now I've seen clips from it, and I just think it's Hugh Grant being Hugh Grant. So I don't know. I can't comment too much.
I did want to watch that at the cinema, but it kind of I missed the boat on it. I want to see that just to see Hugh Grant. I mean, it looks. I mean, I've seen the trailer for it. And damn, he looks pretty convincing as the so-called bad guy. So yeah. I probably will be I think I'm probably more interested in that one because I haven't seen. And obviously, because with movies, you kind of, especially nowadays, you know what to expect. So you want to see the unexpected,
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. That's what I said. Like I was just saying there that I'm going to try and find the middle ground when it comes to these movies. And you know what? Middle ground movies I'm okay with them. I'm okay with them. I really am. I have a lot of middle ground movies in my collection, and I revisit them quite often in the hope that they become a bit more. And I don't know why, I just have that feeling with the Heretic and Substance. Nosferatu as well, now that I think of it. But I think Nosferatu, I think the sense of atmosphere that movie is going to bring is going to carry me home. I think that's going to carry me home on that one.
You will enjoy that. I mean, I watched that at the cinema. I'm not the biggest vampire fan, but it's really, really good. It's really, really well made.
Right. So here's a question for you, Carlos, right? And an honest and truthful honest and truthful answer, right? What movie did you prefer, Nosferatu or the Salem's Lot remake?
Salem's Lot remake or
Nosferatu?
I had more fun with Salem's Lot, the remake. I did not expect that to be. I expected, my expectations of that was really poor. Nosferatu, the reviews are out there. Obviously, the budget. Everybody was saying this is going to be as good as the original movie. The funny thing is, I actually gave both of those movies a 7 rating out of 10. But out of the two, I probably would watch Salem's Lot, the remake. But let's see what this extended version of the movie looks like.
I think it's going to. If it does happen, I think it's going to be a better movie. I really do. I think it's going to add a lot to it. I hope. Well, that's the hope anyway. We'll have to wait.
I mean, out of the two movies, Keith, Nosferatu. Not that I get easily scared. Nosferatu didn't do much for me, but Salem's Lot. There was a scene in that. I jumped out of my seat. I really did.
I think, if I remember correctly, I think all of you did.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
Nigel. Yeah, at the same time as well.
Yeah. I know the same myself, and the same happened to me.
You had the same thing as well.
Yeah. It's great. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to ruin it for anyone that hasn't seen it. But it's we got Trekking here saying we need the following 4Ks: Forever Young with Mel Gibson, Rocketeer, and Mighty Ducks Trilogy.
Ooh.
I actually agree with all of them. I really do. It's hard to believe that Forever Young, if I remember correctly, Steve Miner directed that, who directed Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3. And he also done Halloween H20, and then he goes on to do Forever Young. Because he was known as a real horror director, and then this one just came out of the blue. I suppose it's a bit like Sam Raimi doing a Western when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, when that came out, I was like, Sam Raimi going to be doing a Western. Obviously, I loved The Evil Dead and the Spider-Man movies. I mean, I think those Spider-Man movies that he made was, again, I looked at those movies thinking, I don't know if he's going to pull this off, and he did. So
absolutely.
When you look in the Dead, I mean, it's a great Western. I mean, look at that cast.
Great cast. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Let me have a look. We got Bonzo Dog here saying, why do they always have to be French? What's wrong with a good old British tart? Have either of you picked up Castaway with Oliver Reed from 88 Films? Not a fan, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure Oliver Reed. I think he was drunk when he shot the whole movie, Castaway. Wow. I'm pretty sure that movie. He was literally, because he's got this great big beard. Obviously, he's a castaway. He's on a desert island. I'm pretty sure that's the movie. I think that was made in the 80s, where I think he was just totally bollocks. I remember there was reports that he was totally drunk throughout the whole making of the movie.
That's insane. I never again. Is the Tom Hanks Castaway movie then a remake of that?
Cool. No, because I think that one's kind of a more. I'm pretty sure Castaway is a total different story.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Like I said, I haven't seen it for. I mean, that was an '80s movie when Oliver Reed was kind of on a downslide to his career, where
Right.
the Tom Hanks one is kind of more. That's a little bit more of a comedy movie because it is quite funny. Well, especially the Wilson scenes. I thought they were funny anyway.
Do you know what? There's a bit in that movie that makes me laugh, and I shouldn't laugh at it, but I can't help it. I don't know why. It's the bit where he knocks the tooth out of his mouth. You know, he's having a toothache the whole way through the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is when he hits the rock off the skate. He just lets this roar out of him, and I just find it very funny. I don't know why, but it's a wonderful movie. It says a lot about Tom Hanks when you are literally carrying the whole movie is on your shoulders. There's nothing else you can rely on. So, and he carries it very well. He's great. Trekking out went on to ask, are you getting Species on 4K from 88 Films? I have it pre-ordered, so yeah, I'll be picking that up. Carlos, are you a fan?
I watched the first movie. I wasn't a fan of, I'm afraid.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, the weird thing is, I actually have it ordered on 4K. I think the last time I seen it was probably on VHS, believe it or not.
Yeah,
so it's yeah, it'll be an interesting watch to say the least.
Would that be safe to say the Species was kind of like a Alien ripoff? Would you say that, Keith?
Alien ripoff?
A cheap one?
No, to be honest, I wouldn't have compared it to Alien, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah. I'm only asking because I haven't seen that movie for ages, Species. So something's telling me the reason why I didn't like it was maybe I thought it might have been an Alien ripoff. I may be wrong.
I don't think so. As far as I remember, she's an alien, and she's in a lab for her whole life, and she escapes from the lab, if I remember correctly. So she's been hunted down. If I remember correctly, I know she does some absolutely horrible shit in it. But yeah, again, I can't really remember. Like I said, it was VHS, so I'm just gonna take a fucking gamble on it and see if it pays off. What can you do? Got a gentleman here saying, going by the name of Dennis, he says, there we got a release in January in 4K of The Great Silence in Germany, published by Film Duellen. What's The Great Silence again?
That's the one with directed by Sergio Corbucci, who done Django. It's got Klaus Kinski.
Yeah. That's the one that right. That's the one we were wondering who put the remastering together. Yeah.
I'm sure Jeff actually said the actual transfer wasn't bad, but I'm just kind of waiting for a UK or an American release.
Okay. We got George Condy here saying Michael Rourke done one called The Last Outlaw, which is good too. Did you hear that one?
I haven't got that one, but that does ring a bell. The Last Outlaw.
No. We got Steve here as well saying, any thoughts on The Proposition? Not exactly a Western, but certainly many similarities with some stunning moments and good performances. I know the movie, but I've never seen it. Carlos, have you seen it?
I wasn't head over heels with it. I do need a revisit of that one. It's set in the Australian outback. It's quite violent.
Right.
Guy Pearce is very good in it, as well as Ray Winston. I definitely do need a revisit of that. And John Hurt's in it as well. One of his last movies, I think.
Right. Sorry, just heard. God, I was not even going to read this comment out because I just seen the name of an actress. Stephen Moore said, have you seen Subservience, Megan Fox's new film where she plays a robot? I thought she played a robot in every movie she was in.
Yeah, her acting's that bad.
No, Stephen. And to be honest with you, mate, I have absolutely no intention of seeing it. Carlos?
Nope.
No.
If I'm watching Megan Fox, it ain't because she's acting, I'm afraid.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh my God. Alan Meggs has given a €10 super thanks. You're playing a blinder, lads. You're an absolute gent, Alan. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you, mate. Unfucking believable. He's such a good lad.
Alan,
do you know of Alan as well yourself, Carlos?
Yeah, I see, because obviously I do watch your streams. Yeah, I mean, he's always on in the comment section.
Yeah, he's very active on that group again on Nigel's page on Facebook.
Mondo group.
So yeah, it's a good page. Like I said, it's a great way for these people that don't have YouTube channels to kind of just interact with each other, and it's working, which is more important. So thank you again, Alan. That is very kind of you, mate. Unfucking real. We got Cy Robson here saying, I know that it's set in Australia and not in the West. Oh, there you go. Proposition.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, sorry. We were just talking about it there a second ago. Do you know, I think I remember the cover to that. It kind of has this kind of dusty look to it, if I remember correctly. It does have that, like that outback look to it.
Yeah.
BFI
put out a nice 4K release of it.
Right. We got Stephen Moles here saying there's another film on the same lines called Companion, which is out in the States on 4K and Blu-ray.
No.
I do. There is people talking about this movie, but I've absolutely. Oh, do you know what it is? I know what he's saying now. He was talking about that's like Megan apparently.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's what the similarities are. Yeah. So I will check that out, Stephen. When I get around to it. We got Ash here saying another great, more recent Western would be Brimstone with Kit Harington, Dakota Fanning, and Guy Pearce. And very dark and brutal, and went totally under the radar. Well, it definitely did, because I didn't know it. Carlos, have you seen it?
That is really, really brutal, that one. I would class that as a horror. Yeah, I'd class that as a horror Western. You can get. There is a UK release of that. I sent a copy to Scott, and he was blown away with how violent it was. Yeah.
Really?
Guy Pearce is the villain in it, and he's an absolute bastard in it. What he does to Dakota Fanning is pretty.
Right, because I'm a huge fan of Guy Pearce. I think he's a very underrated actor. I will definitely look into that one. And I know that name, Kit Harington. It's not quite ringing a bell with me. But I know I've seen him in something.
It was in Game of Thrones.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. We got a question here for you from Cy. He just wanted to know: do you like the Tarantino's other westerns, The Hateful Eight? I know I mentioned it earlier, but you never kind of say that it's anything yourself about it. Did you?
I prefer Django Unchained. I think The Hateful Eight was a tad too long. That's because I watched the extended edition, because there's two cuts of that. I think the extended version is broken up into 4 separate segments. I'll see if I can get you a copy of that, Keith, because I'm pretty sure you said that you watched the theatrical version.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah.
No, because you know what? I watched it on Prime, now that I think of it. I was just in bed one night and I knocked it on. Just let me just see. Do I fucking even own the movie? I might. I'll have a look after the stream ends. I might own it. I don't know. I'll have to have a look.
Because the extended version is called the Roadshow version, and I think it's like a 45 minutes longer.
Do you think does it add much to it, Carlos?
It's kind of more strung out, played out. You know, obviously when they're at the cabin, it's more slower. You know, you kind of look. It's more paranoid thoughts. You know, who's who. So if you like it for that, then get the extended version. I'm pretty sure the extended version was actually it might have been shown on Netflix or one of the streaming services, because they had it screened in the 4 chapters. So that's how it was put out when I bought the edition. I'll see if I can get you a copy of it. See what you think.
All right, fair play. That's very kind of you. That's very nice. Got here. Everything post Pulp Fiction from Tarantino has been bloated self-indulgence. I can't say anything because I haven't seen Pulp Fiction, so I'm going to strongly disagree. Because everything I have seen, I've really enjoyed. Well, everything I've seen from Tarantino up to this point. There's still 1 or 2 movies that I need to get around to. Jackie Brown, believe it or not, I haven't watched either. So I think Pulp Fiction and Jackie Brown are the only 2 I haven't seen from him yet. But I
actually got the email. The Jackie Brown 4K Steelbook is on the way, because they've released those on 4K. And the Kill Bill movies. I think Jackie Brown's quite underrated, to be honest. It's one that I didn't enjoy when I first watched it, but on sort of multi viewings, it's one that it's a clever movie. That one, but Pulp Fiction is still my favourite Tarantino movie for me.
Okay. If I was to pick my favourite from him now, Jesus, that's tough.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say Death Proof.
I am going to say Death Proof.
I enjoyed Death Proof. I know a lot of people, gave it a lot of flack.
I don't understand why. I can understand what he was trying to accomplish with that movie, because he said it himself that when he used to look at like movies back in the 60s and 70s, when there was car chase scenes, everything was all sped up and it used to annoy him, and he wanted to make a movie that where you believed that these car chases were happening, and they were happening at speed. And I think he done a wonderful job, and I think Kurt Russell in it was fantastic.
He's brilliant.
He was fucking great. So I don't know what to tell you. I fucking love the movie.
Yeah,
I fucking love it. But it is a close call between that and Inglourious Basterds.
Yeah,
which I loved as well. So he's a great director. He really is.
I got to be honest. When I first watched that on the cinema, Inglourious Basterds, I fucking hated it. I thought it was too slow. It was too slow. It was too strung out. Maybe I wasn't in that sort of set, wasn't up for the movie or what. I don't know. And I always kept putting it off from watching it again. But when I did, I absolutely loved it. I really did.
It's fucking amazing how that happens, though. And it's happened so many times with me.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say, and I say it in my videos a lot, I pride myself on giving movies second goals, and it's for that reason. Movies can get you on a bad night, and it's happened to me very recently. I can't remember what we watched. I can't remember what it fucking is, but I remember saying to Ellen, Jesus, what was it? Oh, it's gone out of my head. But it was a movie that I loved, and then I watched it again, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I really don't like this at all. And I kind of said nothing. I said to Ellen nothing more about it, because I know that when I watch it again and it gets me on a good night, I'll feel differently about it again. But it's all about mood.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well. And if you knock on something at the wrong time, you're in for a shit time. We got Stephen Moles here saying there's a new Western being released on 28th of April on Blu-ray called One Ranger, starring Thomas Jane and John Malkovich.
I have heard of that one.
Right. I'm no offense, but if it's Thomas Jane that's in it, it seems like he's kind of gone a bit like Liam Neeson. I think a lot of everything that he does now, it's not going to cinema anymore. It's kind of going, straight to streaming services and this, that, and the other. So I'm presuming that's going to be the same.
I think I'd watch that because I'm curious to see John Malkovich in a Western, for me.
Yeah, great actor. Great fucking actor. I'm definitely not reading out that fucking comment, Al. No, my stream is monetized, and if I read that out, it's not going to be monetized anymore.
Oh, right, okay.
We got Sean here saying, speaking of Tarantino paying homage to other movies, he uses a piece of the score from Kelly's Heroes in Inglourious Bastards. It's the scene leading up to the attack on the theater. Again, I've never seen Kelly's Heroes, so I honestly wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean,
do you remember that at all, Carlos?
The trouble is with Inglourious Bastards, he's used so many scenes where he's paying homage to westerns, war movies, kung fu movies. He's mixed everything in, not just in scenes, but he's also does that with the soundtracks as well. So sometimes, because Inglourious Bastards is not one of my most watched Tarantino movies, I'm struggling to remember it.
Okay. That's fair enough.
But as a whole, Tarantino, that's what he does in a lot of his movies. You know, he's using a lot of paying homage to movies. I remember actually checking out a Kill Bill video where Tarantino, I just tapped in Tarantino paying homage into movies, into Kill Bill, and it was like about 60 movies of scenes where he's used either scenes, paying homage, or music pieces. So he uses a hell of a lot to his own sort of, and creates it in his own sort of style. That's what he does.
Okay. You'd be happy to hear this, Carlos. Mark Bennett says, The Searchers, my God, the 4K is outrageous. Shot in VistaVision, sorry. Shame more films weren't filmed this way. Have you chaps seen it? No, we were talking about it earlier, Mark. Carlos he has it ordered and he's very excited, to say the least.
The trouble is, Keith, I actually got rid of the Blu-ray, and the Blu-ray is it's really, really good. Right. Because the color, I was sort of thinking, is this a bad move getting rid of the Blu-ray? What if I get the 4K and it's terrible? But because Mike actually said, he said, oh my God, wait till you see the 4K of The Searchers, you will be blown away. So, because of that, I trust Mike's judgment.
Absolutely. Well, I was actually going to put your mind at ease, because I actually got numerous comments on my videos, and everyone was talking about The Searchers, and every single person said it's not that they said it was good; it just goes beyond good. It's astonishing what they've accomplished. So it sounds like you're going to be in for a treat. I'm going to pick it up myself as well. Look, if I'm going to see the movie, I may as well fucking see it in the best possible way.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got Gary here saying The Land of the Saints and Sinners is a very good film. I think you will both enjoy. Please check it out. You won't be disappointed. Again, I trust Gary's opinion. Absolutely. Have you seen that, Carlos? You haven't. Oh, did we mention that earlier?
What movie was that?
The Land of Saints and Sinners.
No, he mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah, Gary, I'll give it a go. Absolutely.
I'll have to write that one down.
Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. Right, we got Super G50 here saying, have you guys seen Western American Primeval on Netflix? Very violent and brutal series. Never seen it. No. Again, that's no surprise with me when it comes to series. I just don't watch TV series.
Yeah, I don't have Netflix, I'm afraid.
Right. Yeah. So sorry about that, mate. We got Jerry Ryan here saying, Carlos, do you like any of the old Western TV series from the early 70s, like Bearcats, or was it Elias Smith and Jones?
The only TV series I actually remember watching back in the day were on UK TV that I remember was Bonanza and High Chaparral, because my dad was watching them ones. So I wasn't a Western fan then, because I think when I watched them, I was around about maybe 5 or 6. But I actually I did watch them with my father. They weren't too bad, to be honest. But they were the kind of glossy sort of American Western TV series. You know, like not like the stuff that they do now. You know, obviously with Yellowstone, which is kind of like a modern day Western series and stuff. But yeah, they were okay. I mean, I do own the Rawhide TV series, obviously. But yeah, I mean, some of them ones they were okay. You got to remember, you know, the budget that they had in them days wasn't that great. I'm a fan of the Steve McQueen one. Steve McQueen done one in the 50s before he became a big star. Wanted Dead or Alive, where he plays a bounty hunter. That's a good one.
So have you then watched, you know, the new ones that Kevin Costner was bringing out? There's a Horizon. Is that what it's called?
I've got that coming in a 4K steelbook because it's not been released over here in the UK.
Okay. Right. And the second one came out as well, didn't it?
I think because box office wise, the first movie didn't do all that. I mean, the plan for that movie, they were going to have the first chapter in June, July, and I think the second chapter was supposed to come out in August, which is a pretty bold move to do. But because the reviews wasn't that great and box office, it didn't do that well.
Yeah.
They cancelled showing the second one, but that movie wasn't in my local cinema, and the cinemas that they did play that movie in the UK only had it like for a week, so it didn't really gather an audience. So what I'm hearing now, what they're going to do is put the first chapter on streaming services, so it gets an audience to enjoy it, to maybe want to see the second one.
Okay.
But the reviews, what the problem is on the first movie, it's basically setting up storylines and characters. It doesn't really end. I've heard it doesn't really end like a movie. It ends like a series. So really, maybe they should have just brought it out as a series, because I'm hearing Kevin Costner's idea. He's going to do 3 or 4 of these movies as sort of like a trilogy, as a chapter.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's right. I think he's invested a lot of his own money in it as well.
Yeah.
Yes. Fair play to him. We got Trekking out here saying, I still think Dalton was a great Bond. Got hard done by movie-wise. He was like a blend of Bronson and Craig. I liked him. I liked the 2 movies he done as well.
Yeah, I did. I was a little bit ahead of his time.
Yeah. I think he's the most aggressive Bond.
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
Yeah. Oh, we got Simon. Good evening, gents. Just in for work. Noticed you're talking westerns. High Plains Drifter. Now there's a movie. So do you want to fill me in on that one?
Well, for me, I think that's definitely one I'd recommend to you, Keith, because it's got a supernatural feel to it.
Really?
Yeah. It's got a really good supernatural feel to it. Trouble is, if I speak about it too much, I'm going towards the sort of spoiler territory.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, very, very dark western, that one.
Okay. Stephen Moore saying, I want to see the Working Man starring Jason Statham. He's another actor who seems to do the same type of movies. Yeah. You know, as a person, I like him. As an actor, I hate him. I do. Yeah, it's I feel that once I've seen one action Jason Statham movie, I've seen them all. And I'm not in a rush to see anything new from him. As a matter of fact, I think the last thing I knocked on by Jason Statham, I actually knocked it off, and it was that fucking Hobbs and Shaw movie. I think me and Ellen got maybe 20 minutes into it, and I was like, yeah, that's enough of that. knock it off. So yeah, he's not one of my. Like I said, I like the man himself. I think I've seen interviews with him, and he seems very down to earth. But as an actor, just doesn't do anything for me. What about yourself, Carlos?
I like him in the Guy Ritchie movies.
Yeah.
And I thought he got brought into kind of like the American cinema market, obviously with the Expendables, quite good, really, as a British actor. You know, he's in there with Stallone and all those top-notch guys, and I thought he'd done really, really well to hang with those guys and to get quite a bit of screen time. And I thought his career might escalate quite a bit, but like you say, he's kind of doing the run-of-the-mill sort of movies. You know what you're going to get with him.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. This is an interesting one here for Sai. He says, I don't know if anyone else thinks this, but do you think that Assault on Precinct 13 is a Western set in a 70s urban environment?
I think he's coming up with the Rio Bravo angle on that. That's what he's referring to. And it's kind of like, in some sort of ways, he's correct, because like if you imagine kind of like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, when the army are after them and they're in that shed and they're kind of like barricaded in. So, yeah, in one sense, he's actually right. I agree with that.
Absolutely. But the thing is, like I said, you can interpret that movie in so many ways because, you know, we mentioned it before. That movie was heavily influenced by Night of the Living Dead. You know,
as well.
And when you do watch it, and you know, when you start thinking of Night of the Living Dead, you can just see the huge comparisons there. It's massive. So I agree with you, Si. I actually do. And then when he said, Carlos said Rio Bravo, I was like, yeah, I get that. Yeah. So I think you're onto something there, mate. Actually, Steve even agreed with him as well. So he's definitely not on his own. Oh, wow. We're already getting around to the point where everyone is telling me that the sound is fine. Okay, that's good. I probably should have checked it earlier. Thanks for everyone that actually put them down. I really appreciate that. Let's have a look. We got Sean Sheridan here. He said, now that Nigel's gone for the moment, I can say superhero movies are the greatest genre ever. No bad ones at the best being Batman and Robin. Look, there's some garbage superhero movies. I'm sorry, let me just read that again. I can say the superhero movies are the greatest genre ever. No bad ones at all. The best being Batman and Robin. Okay. Looks like okay, right. It's definitely not my favorite genre. I can tell you that now, Sean. Don't get me wrong. There is some great ones out there that I love, but I don't know why. But I'm sure Carlos is going to be the same as me. That when I kind of look back on superhero movies, I'm always going to kind of look back at the likes of, you know, from Spider-Man, it'll always be the Sam Raimi movies. You know, Superman will always be the Christopher Reeve movies. It'll always be like the likes of, you know, Michael Keaton for Batman. The superhero movies that are coming out now, it's almost like Jason Statham all over again for me. It just feels like once we've seen one, we've seen them all. That kind of thing, you know. So it seems like originality now is starting to creep out of superhero movies. And you know, I'm actually on a long break, even though I watched Flash last night. I haven't watched many new superhero movies, and I have to tell you, I'm still in no rush to watch them. And I'm sure you're something similar as well, Carlos.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd actually like a break, maybe 5 years of them not making any Marvel or DC movies, which probably will be an impossible thing to do because they're going to go to they've gone to the well so often. But I think we need a break of those movies. Maybe do an odd series. I mean, the new Daredevil TV series, which I'm a massive fan of. I mean, a lot of the new modern day Marvel DC movies I don't really like. I like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. The first two Tim Burton Batman movies were great. The Nolan ones were good as well. The first two Iron Man movies I didn't mind. The first Captain America.
Yeah.
Other than that, the TV series on Netflix, you had The Punisher and Daredevil. They are really, really, really dark. I've seen the new trailer of the new Daredevil TV series. Wow. Give them a shot. I think for anybody, if they don't like, if their sort of love for Marvel movies have gone downhill, definitely give The Punisher and Daredevil and Luke Cage a watch. I know those TV series were on about 5-10 years ago, but they're really good.
Yeah, the Penguin TV series as well is getting a lot of praise.
Well,
and that's now something that I will definitely be intrigued to watch, because I know for a fact that when I watch it, it won't feel like I'm watching a superhero movie, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So Ellen watched it, my partner, and she loved it. So I will pick up that 4K Steelbook release of it and finally get around to it.
Actually, Dan messaged me prior to the live stream, and he actually, just correcting that, and he actually said the Penguin series, it's actually like a mob movie. That's what he said.
Wow.
So yeah, that's definitely up my alley.
I'll definitely give it a go. Definitely will. We got Mr. Dan and Horror here saying it's a great film, not controversial at all. I think Jewel is top 3 Spielberg for me. Sometimes the earlier films stand the test of time. I tell you, mate, I don't think I'd put it in my top 3 Spielberg movies, but wow, it's a wonderful movie.
I do enjoy
Are you a fan of it yourself, Carlos?
Yeah, great fond memories of watching Jewel. To be honest, when I watch that, I can't help laugh at Dennis Weaver when he's driving the car and he's like really panicking, and he's hitting the steering wheel, and I can't help it. Maybe it's my sixth sense of humor, but I just keep laughing. That he's sweating buckets as he's driving that vehicle, as he's trying to go up the hill.
It is one of those movies. I don't know why I never paid attention to it before, but it's only when I got the 4K release of it where there's meant to know where he's being chased, and you can see that they're going around 5 miles per hour. There's absolutely no speed whatsoever going on here. But the way Spielberg shot that movie, I mean, he put you right into the middle of that action. The cameras were on the rigs, and the cameras were at the tires, and you were in the thick of it all. It was a clear indication that this man was going to be one of the greatest directors of all time, if not the best. I absolutely agree, mate. It is a wonderful movie, no question about it. But I think Spielberg just set the bar too goddamn fucking high. I wouldn't even like to try and do a top 3 with Spielberg, if I'm completely honest.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be tricky. Could you do it, Carlos? Do you think you could put 3 in?
God. I'm going to surprise you here, but I think E.T. is probably my favourite one.
Wow, I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, it's his favourite movie.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my earliest memories of Steven Spielberg. It really, really was. But like I say, it's tough because, the Shawshank Redemption, the Schindler's List. I always get them two mixed up. Schindler's List is a movie I didn't expect to enjoy, and it was always one that I always sort of put to the back of the queue because of the theme to it. It's definitely a movie I say to people, no matter how horrific it is, you got to watch it. Yeah. But I totally get it when people say it's a one-time watch. But it's a great movie because he's kind of, it's something that he wanted to do to, obviously he's got a Jewish background, and it meant quite a lot for him to put that movie out.
Absolutely.
The work that he put into that. And for me, as a director, I think it was one of his most challenging pieces that he's done, because most of those movies that he's done before were the sort of movies you expect him to do. You know, this kind of family orientated sort of sci-fi and adventure movies. But Schindler's List, you know, when that movie got announced, I thought, bloody hell, I don't know if he can pull this off. But wow, what a movie!
It's. I think we spoke about it before. It'll never be his best movie, but it's probably his most accomplished movie, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah,
I stand by what I said about Schindler's List. It's a movie that everybody needs to see, because it is wonderful. But wow, you have to put years in between viewing it. That movie leaves a lasting impression, and I tell you, it's fucking hard to shake off. And the thing is, if you read up about that absolutely horrible bastard in it, played by Ralph Fiennes, the character that he's playing, I think his name is something Goth or Goth. I think it's like that. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, he was fantastic in it.
Yeah, he was fantastic. Eamon Goth, I think that's the character's name.
Yeah.
If you actually read up what that fucker actually did,
yeah,
it's hard to believe that Spielberg watered it down somewhat, and it's hard to believe when you see some of the horrible things that he actually does in Schindler's List. But I have to tell you, read up about it. It's horrendous. He's a monster.
I'll say one thing, Keith. It's very rare when I shed a tear in a movie, but the ending of that movie, when they went to all the graves and looking at all the names, that got me. That really did.
Oh yeah, such a wonderful ending. Yeah, wonderful ending. Yeah, I can't. I was actually going to sit here while I try and name 3 Spielberg movies. I can't do it. He's just put out too many good ones. Trekanaut went on to say, weirdly growing up, the Mighty Ducks had a weird impact on me. I was desperate to play ice hockey, and coming from Northern Ireland, it didn't exist. Big regret on my end. I mean, like, that's the problem when you live over here, even like in Northern Ireland. It's you're just limited sometimes. There's things that you just can't do, and that was definitely one of those things when it comes to ice hockey. It's non-existent. It's still almost non-existent over here, which is ridiculous when you think about it. So I get that. I really do. It's a wonderful series of movies. As a matter of fact, I would love to watch them again. It's been a long time. Have you ever watched the Mighty Duck movies, Carlos?
I remember watching the first one. Yeah, enjoyable.
They're good. They're enjoyable now.
I don't know about watching them now. It's kind of
it could be. Yeah, that's again. That could be another series of movies that maybe I should leave it in the past, because it's. I was a young man when I seen them. Mark Bennett went on to say here, agree, Starman has a very sad ending. Also has the how the fact did she get home? She was stranded in the desert and no doubt would have been experimented on. Amazing film, but the end was way too abrupt. Well, thanks, Mark. You just absolutely fucked that movie for me. I'll never fucking see it the same way again. And that. Yeah, all of a sudden, I'm no longer going to be fucking sad. I'm going to be like, oh, what's going to happen to Karen Allen? She's going to be fucking probed for the rest of her life. Thanks for that, Mark. Fucking hell. Let me have a look. That Trek and I here saying Ghost of Mars got good because a lot of stuff now is just so bad it elevates all the movies. It's a fair comment.
Not far wrong there.
It's a fair comment. Yeah, it's true. So I went on to say, so it's not only me. At the end of the Starman makes me cry like a baby. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I might do what I like to call the Murta cut on that movie, and just maybe cut out the last 5 minutes and just knock it off. It's kind of like I have a Murta cut for The Sound of Music. Did I ever tell you that, Carlos? No.
What's that?
So when me and Ellen watch The Sound of Music, we always turn around and we say we're going to watch the Murta cut. Murta, my last name is Murta, and the Murta cut of The Sound of Music is Have you ever seen The Sound of Music?
Oh, years ago. Years ago.
Well, the bit in it where she gets married. She gets married in it. When we watch The Sound of Music now, it's around 2 hours, 5 minutes in, she gets married. And the way that the wedding is done in it, it looks like it's coming to the end of the movie, but it doesn't. It kind of moves on. So every time we watch The Sound of Music, we stop it at the wedding. Because I didn't like the rest past it when the whole Nazi thing came into it. I just found it to be a bit of a downer. And not only that, but they were repeating a lot of the music that they sang during it. So every time we watch the Sound of Music, we always watch the Murta cut, where we cut around 40 minutes out, the last 40 minutes. And we've been doing that for years. Every November, when we watch the Sound of Music, that's how we do it.
I should do that with Halloween Resurrection, I think, after 10, 15 minutes.
There's a Murta cut for Halloween Ends as well. It's basically when the credits come up at the start, and then I just knock it off.
Well, when they killed Laurie Strode, that's it.
Yeah. We got Gary here saying, is it me or does Brooke Adams from Invasion of the Body Snatcher 78 look a bit like Rachel Zegler? I'm trying to put the two of them together. It's one of those things I think I'd need just to see the two of them side by side.
Yeah.
Just to see. I can't.
I actually watched that recently, and I can't believe how much I really, really enjoyed that, because I hadn't seen it for many, many years. And I missed out on that Arrow set.
Oh, wow. The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I've always said it, and Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, is probably my favorite ending to a movie ever. The hairs stand up on my arm every time I watch it. Nothing changes. Invasion of the Body Snatchers 78 is the closest. When it comes to an ending, coming close to that ending for me, as in sheer dread and just hair raising kind of fucking adrenaline. That again, I don't want to say it because in case there's people that are watching it and didn't see it, but that ending is so fucking shocking. Gets me every time. Fucking love the movie.
The only thing I remember watching it as a kid, I remember watching it on TV, was the scene with the dog. And I hadn't seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers for probably over 30 years. So when I came around to watching it, in fact, between Christmas and New Year, I was watching it. I wasn't aware of the ending. And when it got towards the ending, I kept thinking, he's going to be one of them. Are they going to go to that? And it did. But it still had a bit of shock value. And it was a great ending.
It is a great ending. I hate the way there's theories out there. And I was like, don't. Like there's a theory out there that people were saying that he actually still is human at the end of it. And he was just trying to blend in because your one was calling him. And I was like, no. The problem is, don't fucking ruin a good ending.
Yeah.
Which is our made up bullshit. It's the same with the Thing. Go back to the Thing. You know, they talk about the ending with Keith David and Kurt Russell at the end of it, and it always gets brought up about Keith David. You can't see the breath coming out of him. But for them people that say that, I've got news for you. If you actually do watch the scene, there is times in it where you do see his breath come out, mostly at the start for when he sits down for the first time. So the breath is there. It's just all about lighting. And that's the only reason why you're not seeing it. But yeah, there's people that still think the Childs is the Thing, and then there's other people out there saying that Kurt Russell's the Thing, and I was like, where are you getting the Kurt Russell being the Thing? Where the fuck is that coming from?
Yeah.
Now, he just destroyed the Thing at the end of it.
Yeah.
How the fuck is he the Thing? If he would destroy it's Oh, some people just need to leave fucking movies alone.
No, I don't believe it.
No. We got Sol here saying, watching the movies from Jim Jarmusch at the moment. Do you have or have watched any from him? I've honestly, mate, never heard of him.
No.
Carlos? No
Not
idea.
me. Not me.
Yeah, sorry, Sol. Honestly, no idea, mate. Absolutely no idea. Oh yeah, right. Gary says, "Have you heard Clint singing Gran Torino? I have it on my phone. It's a beautiful song. I think it's actually at the end of the movie, if I remember correctly."
He has sang in some of his movies.
I think when the credits come up, I think he's singing that, singing in the credits. I'm almost certain of this.
Yeah, I mean, he has sang in some of his movies. Paint Your Wagon wasn't a very good one. There's a scene in there that he's talking to the trees and he's singing.
Okay.
The opening of Every Which Way But Loose, or was it towards the end? He sings in that, which I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a couple of moments he's singing in Bronco Billy, I'm pretty sure, and yeah, he hasn't got that bad a voice actually. Yeah, I'd have to check that one out. Him singing in the Gran Torino.
So I was just reading here, just someone put down. I just thought, Every Which Way But Loose, Igor Sanction, and Where Eagles Dare. So what's that then?
What's that, Keith? Sorry?
I just said that someone left a comment here saying Every Which Way But Loose, and it says Igor Sanction and Where Eagles Dare. Is that a movie, Igor Sanction? Is that
the Igor Sanction, yeah.
Igor Sanction, is that what it's called? Sorry.
That's where he plays
what's that then, Carlos?
he plays a hitman in that one. That's a 70s one.
Right. Doesn't ring a bell, that one.
Yeah. That's with George Kennedy.
George Kennedy?
Yeah, he's in the Igor Sanction. It's a bit like Cliffhanger.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of. It's set in the mountains, and Eastwood. They want him to do one last hit, and he's kind of like moved on in life. I think he's kind of like a school teacher, and they ask him to do one more last hit. It's not one of his best movies, but it's quite scenic, and obviously Eastwood's doing quite a lot of the mountain climbing scene, so it's something a bit different. I actually didn't mind it, to be honest.
Okay. This is an interesting one here, and the weird thing is I can actually envision it as well. Funny enough, Michael put down here, would have loved to have seen Clint Eastwood play Judge Dredd back in the day. Apparently, the character was based on him. I could definitely see that. I could.
Yeah. I wasn't a fan of this Stallone being in it. As much as I love Stallone, and I know there's a bit of a following, and I know a lot of the Judge Dredd comic fans, they did not like him taking the helmet off.
No.
Yeah.
I couldn't give two fucks. I fucking love the movie. I watched it there 3 nights ago. I fucking love it. I really do. That's the thing. It's very hard to hate something that happens in it when you have no emotional ties to the comic books. Yeah. So I said this before. I think Carl Urban's Dredd movie is the more faithful adaptation, but I will always prefer the Stallone one over. I love both movies, and I'm happy that there's 2 versions out there that are so different to one another.
Yeah.
Fucking Judge Dredd is your typical 90s cheesy action movie.
Yeah.
And I got a lot from it. I really did. But yeah, Clint Eastwood as fucking Dredd. Yeah.
Would have been interesting.
Absolutely. Right. We got Gary here saying the best one-liners from Clint came from Heartbreak Ridge. Absolutely. There are so many great ones in that film, and the chemistry with him and Mario Van Peebles was on point. Oh, I haven't seen that movie in a while, but I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Are you a fan of Heartbreak Ridge, Carlos?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of watching that in the cinema.
Wow.
Yeah. There's some great one-liners in that. I think probably my favourite scene would be with the big. He kind of takes over the Marine Corps, the training, and they don't like it, and they get this big guy, Swede, his name, big hulking sort of guy, and Eastwood kind of he sorts him out, and yeah, he kind of looks up to Clint Eastwood, gun away highway. He sort of walks up to him, I'm gonna rip your head off and shit down your neck, and then Eastwood just sorts him out. Love that scene.
It's actually fucking great. I actually know something. I might even fucking watch that when I go to bed tonight. Now that I think of it, it's been a while. So Carlos, I wanted to just quickly ask you. We are coming up to 10:20. Do you still want to wrap it up at 10:30, or did you want to go a little further?
Go another half an hour.
Go another half hour.
We'll go to 11.
No problem. Are you sure you're okay with that?
Yep, let's go.
Fair play to you. Yes, so we're continuing, folks. Right, so moving on. We've got Alan Meggs here saying, Carlos, I love a film Eastwood did with Burt Reynolds called City Heat.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, though. I've never seen a physical release of it. Do you know if one exists? Sorry, the reason why I'm laughing, Alan, is because that is, believe it or not, another movie that I own the soundtrack to, and I've heard the music from it, but I've never seen. Believe it or not. And it's because of subscribers. They actually gave me these vinyls.
Yeah.
That's another one I need to see. So, City Heat. Do you know if one exists?
There is a US release. A lot of the US releases are on Warner, so they would play over here in the UK. It's in one of those eco cases. Yeah, I mean, City Heat, a lot of people slate Eastwood and Burt Reynolds. They're supposedly rivals in the 70s. I don't really see how they were rivals, because I mean, I think Eastwood or Bronson or Eastwood and McQueen were bigger rivals.
Yeah,
would make a better sort of combo partnership in the movie. But there's one particular scene at the start when they're sort of fighting in the bar, which was okay, but it's a bit of a letdown, in my opinion. City Heat.
Wow. Right.
It's set in the 1930s, Prohibition, and it's supposed to be kind of like a sort of cop action comedy, but it's not that funny.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's a shame. Mr. Dan and Harrow went on to say City Heat was out in DVD in the Eastwood collection, brown snapper case. I think I know the ones he's talking about as well.
Yeah.
We got Troy Chester here saying, I was so glad to learn today that Arrow is releasing Dark City on 4K. What do you think of the limited edition and the items contained in it? Again, Trey, sorry, I have not seen the set yet as of yet. I've never even seen the movie, but I think I will be taking a gamble on it. Carlos, did you get to see the edition?
No, I only just got sort of like the message before coming on.
Okay, that's fair enough. But I will check it out, Trey, and see what I think. But it's great to hear that it's getting the limited treatment. I know the movie is a big deal. Cy Robson says, I've never seen it, but I've heard that Bridges of Madison County is a good Eastwood performance. Romance isn't my cup of tea. Is it a romantic movie, that, is it?
Yeah, to be honest, Eastwood plays a photographer, and he meets a lonely housewife in Meryl Streep, and they have this. They kind of have this romance. Again, I'm not sort of one for romantic movies, but it's kind of the reason why I like it, because obviously at that time Meryl Streep was the best actress in the world, and Eastwood, Eastwood's not De Niro or Pacino, but he really does pair up well with Meryl Streep, and it's a really, really good performance. It's kind of an underrated one. I wouldn't say it's in my top 10 Clint Eastwood movies, but I put it in there, my top 20. Bearing in mind, Eastwood's done over 60, good, 50 good movies. Well, I say 40. There's a lot of movies from his career, but yeah, it's worth watching. Again, that's only available on Blu-ray in the States.
Okay. I'm intrigued. I think that the thought of seeing Clint Eastwood in kind of a romantic movie with Meryl Streep kind of piques me. I'm a big sucker for romantic movies. I fucking love them. As a matter of fact, last Saturday, me and Ellen sat down and we watched fucking Grease, Dirty Dancing, and Footloose in one fucking night. And we just had a fucking wonderful night of it. We did. Granted, we did start the night off with Commando. Because when you're watching those three movies, you always have to start with Commando.
What an intro!
but that's what we done. So yeah, I actually love my romantic movies, so that's something I will definitely check out. We got Stevie Dan here saying, I saw Warlords of Atlantis and Sinbad the Eye of the Tiger in cinema back in the day. Wow. I am a huge fan of those Sinbad movies. I'm just kind of wondering, that Warlords of Atlantis, is that along the lines of those Sinbad big movies? Because I don't remember it. Did you ever hear of it, Carlos?
Not that first movie, but the Sinbad movies. I do have the set. I do have the set put out by Indicator of the Sinbad movies.
Oh wow! Did actually Indicator brought them out?
Yeah, they had it was a free movie Sinbad set.
Wow, jeez, I need to look into that because I wouldn't mind having that in my collection. Fucking love them movies.
It was one of the early Indicator big box sets that they had. I mean, it's out of print for many years.
All right.
So whether I'm pretty sure that they released them as single standard releases, but that box set, it was one of the very first ones that they put out.
Wow. Right. Okay. I didn't know. Okay. Mark Bennett says, Flight of Navigator is amazing still. Watched this with my 10 and 8-year-olds last week. They loved this. Brilliant film, story, and effects. I think my problem with it is not so much the child, but the voice that comes out of the craft. You know that one? I just have a funny feeling that if I watch it today, I'm going to want to drop kick my fucking TV. I don't know. Maybe I should give it a go just to see. Mark also went on to say, Time Crimes is superb, one of the best travel films out there. Yeah, I have no fucking excuse. I really don't. Michael gave that DVD to me so fucking long ago, and I still haven't watched it. Unbelievable. Who's Doug McClure? Doug McClure. Why does that sound familiar?
He was an American actor. He done kind of like disaster movies in the 70s. There was a cartoon character of Doug McClure in The Simpsons they used to take the mickey out of.
Right. I can't. Yeah. I can't put a face to the name.
I'm sure he'd done quite a few disaster movies. He wasn't one of these big sort of name actors.
Right.
For some strange reason, the TV series The Simpsons, they had a character like Doug McClure in there. I don't know the reason why.
Okay.
Maybe he was that bad of an actor. They just had him in there or something.
Right. Fair enough.
But this is The Simpsons we're on about, so you know.
Yeah, of course.
Where they had that character who sounded a little bit like Arnie with the handgun. They used to have all these characters in there.
Right. I think I have another question here for you. Steve was just asking. Carlos, who do you think has been best co-star? Clint's best co-star, sorry. I love his chemistry with Jeffrey Lewis and was brilliant with Morgan Freeman in Unforgiven and $1 Million Baby. So, in terms of his best co-star, who do you think it would be?
Cool, that's a good question. I mean, we got Lee Van Cleef and Eli Wallach in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. You got Gene Hackman in Unforgiven. I mean, Gene Hackman, wow.
Yeah.
You know, that scene at the end of the movie. I mean, as Clint's got older, he gets these big movie stars to come in.
Yeah.
I mean, he had Gene Hackman again in Absolute Power, which is a pretty underrated one as well. And even Kevin Costner in A Perfect World is another good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I say,
it's
because he's had such a great career, you know, he's had quite a few sort of actors he's had in these movies and he's paired up against. I mean, you know, Paint Your Wagon's not a great Western. It's a musical Western, but he's got Lee Marvin together in that one. So he's had some good pairings, obviously with Shirley MacLaine in Two Mules for Sister Sarah, Richard Burton in Where Eagles Dare. So, you know, it's a big list.
Big list. Actually, now that I think of it, you could fucking look at Space Cowboys as well.
Yeah.
Look at the cast in that alone. It's fucking ridiculous.
I've got to say, one movie I didn't think he would hit it off was The Rookie with Charlie Sheen, because Charlie Sheen was supposed to be big at that time, but I thought they really worked really well. I thought they were quite funny together.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that movie. I don't think it gets it doesn't get the love it deserves, the praise it deserves. I'd love to see it get a big release someday. I'm hoping it will.
Yeah.
We got Sean here saying The Last Starfighter is noteworthy for being one of those first films to extensively use CGI for its special effects. Well, the reason why I want to see The Last Starfighter is because it's directed by Nick Castle. And the thought of just seeing Nick Castle directing a movie, it's kind of, you know, Michael Myers directing a sci-fi movie. It fucking sounds too good to be true. So I really need to take that 4K release out and check it out sometime in the next couple of weeks.
I've wanted to pick that up on 4K, but at the same time, I'm sort of thinking, is the CGI going to be really badly exposed on 4K?
You know what? Another thing is, Carlos, the bad CGI is what gives these movies charm. It's kind of like I'll give you a great example of it. Flash. The Flash Gordon movie that Studio Canal brought out. Like, it's renowned to have probably the worst visual effects in history. Like, they were even bad back then. They were.
Yeah.
But even when you watch it now, there's just something very charming about it. You know, it's I wouldn't change a thing. So I'm sure that Last Starfighter will be no different. I hope.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know.
I'll have to be brave to get a copy.
Yeah. We got Trekker not here saying we really need the first short circuit movie on 4K. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that.
Oh, I haven't seen it in years.
I probably have one of the rarest editions you could ever own for that movie behind me. It's unfucking believable. I'm a big fan of it. And I would love to see a 4K release of it. I fucking hope it someday happens. I can't stand its sequel. Can't fucking stand it.
Don't think I'll watch the sequel because it got pretty bad reviews. I'm pretty sure it was slated.
It absolutely got pounded. And I watched it. You know what? It's one of those sequels. I actually gave it a go. I watched it at least 4 times, and I just can't stand it. I've given it a fair go, and it's just not happening for me.
Yeah.
Trekkenot says we got Daryl, but no Short Circuit. It's funny you said that about Daryl. I'm going to be buying that very soon. I'm going to be getting that Vinegar Syndrome release of it. That's going to be an interesting one to revisit as well. Have you ever seen Daryl?
Yeah, years ago. I'm aware of that Vinegar Syndrome release. It looks like a real nice release.
Absolutely.
I don't think we've got it. I don't think that's been released here in the UK, even on Blu-ray.
I don't think it was. Yeah, I think you're right. I know I definitely don't own it. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. We got Ash here saying as well, I'm convinced you're going to enjoy Hardware. It's directed by Richard Stanley. His next movie was Dust Devil. He went on to direct. He must have put something else here, but I can't see it. Can't see if he actually. I don't know. I think there was more to that comment, but I don't think he put it down. Dust Devil again, another movie I've heard of but never seen. Have you seen that, Carlos? Dust Devil?
I think that got mentioned earlier.
Was it Dust Devil?
I'm pretty sure that got mentioned earlier.
Right. No, I can't say that I know it now. Trekking went on to say nothing is as gory as I've never actually seen that Sisu. That was called is it that kind of action movie that came out, isn't it?
Yeah, I need to see that. Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, I do.
It's quite good.
I did hear good things about it, but again, you see, the thing is, it's one of those movies that I think the violence is just so ridiculously over the top.
Yeah,
that you're going to be laughing at it more than being disturbed by it. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing either. You know,
Yeah.
I think I'd rather be laughing about it than fucking being disturbed by it. If I'm completely honest. We got Dave Anderson here saying Bone Tomahawk is great. I really need to. Again, I've no excuse. Kurt Russell. I should have seen it by now. You might know some of these here. Legend of the Lone Ranger was brutally violent, and the Massacre of the Texas Rangers. Have you ever heard of any of them, Carlos?
No, I mean anything connected with the Lone Ranger, I would give a big miss after the Johnny Depp one. I'm afraid. I remember watching the TV series back in the day. I've got to be honest, but yeah, I mean the Johnny Depp was pretty bad. I mean, there's a following out there. There are fans of that movie. Believe it or not. That other movie. What was the other movie? Sorry, Keith.
He said that the Massacre of the Texas Rangers.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you one thing, I'm getting more and more intrigued by this Beastmaster movie because Michael's put down that it's actually directed by your man Don Coscarelli, who done the Phantasm movies. I had no idea. Yeah. I had absolutely no idea. I need to get my goddamn hands on that movie and check it out. We've got Eilish Me here saying, I have two guilty pleasures, Grease and Barbie, and I'm a 6-year-old bloke. Mate, I just fucking said like 5 minutes ago that I had a weekend of watching Grease, Dirty Dancing, and Footloose. And I tell you, I am not one bit fucking guilty over it. I'll fucking do it again tomorrow if Ellen would allow me.
I got to be honest, Keith. I can't stand Dirty Dancing. I know you're a massive fan. Grease,
yeah.
I do love that one. I think what does it for me on Dirty Dancing? It was that theme. I remember at that time everybody was playing that theme. It was everywhere. It really, really was. You know, very similar to Ghost. You know, when that movie was such a big hit. Again, that theme got played out. But I actually didn't mind Ghost. But at the same time, the Robin Hood theme, which is probably my worst movie theme with Bryan Adams for the Kevin Costner. That was number one for months and months and months, and it came off the
15.
It came off the number
one, I think.
Yeah, the funny thing is though, Keith, it came off from the charts off the number one spot, only for 2 weeks later for it to jump back up there again.
It's gone. It's back again.
And it's actually the sole reason I've got a copy of it on Blu-ray. I didn't get the Arrow one. And it's the sole reason why I cannot put the disc in the player and play it. Because of that song. And I love Kevin Costner. I do like his movies.
Do you know the weird thing is, Carlos? I really actually understand where you're coming from, believe it or not, because me and Ellen were a bit like that as well with The Greatest Showman. We resented the movie because of the amount of music that we heard from it, and it really annoyed us. And we actually skipped that movie for years. And when we finally got around to watching it, we fucking loved it. So you never fucking know. You never know. We got Slipknot fan here saying, I remember Nigel saying I Saw the Devil, one of his favorite movies. Yeah, I again never seen it myself. Have you seen that, Carlos?
Yeah, I was referring to that one earlier. It's an Asian sort of cop thriller.
Oh, I thought you just said devil.
Yeah, I saw the devil.
Okay, I saw the devil. Okay.
Yeah. If you're not a fan of Asian cinema, I mean, a lot of people would say Old Boy, Parasite. For me, I Saw the Devil and Memoirs of a Murder, which got released on 4K in a nice UK collector's set. Those two movies are superior Asian movies for me. But all four of those are good. I mean, Old Boy, that's a shocker. Parasite, I do enjoy, but I think I Saw the Devil and Memoirs of a Murder is really, really good. If you're going to watch Asian movies, give those four movies a shot. And I'm not a huge fan of Asian cinema, but those movies are great.
Okay. We got Mike here saying, I watched the Arrow 4K of Deep Blue Sea about a week ago, and I forgot how much fun it was. It's such a good time, and I'm glad I picked it up. Well, I can fucking tell you now that Amazon fucked me over once again with that release. They didn't cancel my order. I had a pre-order for a month and a half, nearly 2 months. And when it came to its release date, they changed my release date, and they said that I will have it. And this is no bullshit. I mean it. This is no bullshit. That my release date changed to October 20th of this year. That's when I'll get it. October 20th. And Steve, if you've seen Steve that came up in the comment section a couple of times tonight, Steve contacted me this morning, as a matter of fact, and said, Keith, I just got an email from Arrow Video that said Deep Blue Sea is back in stock on their website, and I managed to fucking get it there. So, Steve, thanks again for that, mate. Fucking Amazon. My last two Arrow releases, I lost out on The Gift and Deep Blue Sea because of them. So I said from now on, I'm fucking like. The reason why I didn't want to buy from Arrow was because I'm paying a delivery charge. So the delivery charge is around €8-9. So I'm adding that to the price of each movie that I buy. And I try to avoid it. But then again, when you see what Amazon's doing now at the moment, you may as well pay the €8 or €9. At least you have that peace of mind that you're going to get it. And that's so, look, it worked out in the end. Well, I'm hoping it fucking does. So, Mike, looking forward to checking that out. Are you a fan of Deep Blue Sea yourself, Carlos?
I didn't pick it up. I think the main reason is I can't remember a lot about it, to be honest. It would be a huge gamble if I was to grab a copy of that. I think I try to be a bit more selective when it comes to the 4K collector's editions, because there's so many out there. It's kind of like I'm trying to sort of say, right, I want that, and that, but then you sort of got to sort of think, well, hang on a minute, maybe you should just go for the ones that you know about first. Get those movies because they're guaranteed to be viewed from your collection rather than doing blind buys. Because obviously, maybe 10 years ago when there wasn't so many releases, you could take a sort of blind buy or two. But now, there's 3 or 4 releases, every week. Collector's editions coming out.
Yeah, that's why, like I said earlier, I think that's why I cancelled Scanners and the Brood. I kind of went. I like the movies, but and now I'm not saying that I'm not going to pick these up in the future. But as of right now, I kind of said to myself, right, I don't want to watch them now. And when will I watch them? I started asking myself because the last time I seen Scanners is it must be 15, 16 years ago. And I don't know why, I just said to myself, I was like, right, am I going to buy this on 4K and it's going to be sitting in my collection for 15 years by the time I watch it again? So I started just asking myself questions like that. So I think what's going to happen with me with Scanners and the Brood is whenever I'm sitting in the house and all of a sudden it just hits me where I'm like, now I want to watch them, that's when I'll buy them.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't happen by the time from now until they sell out, so be it. If I miss out on them, no big deal. I'm not going to be too heartbroken about it.
I didn't pick either of them. I think Scanners is the better movie. I think if one's going to sell out, it's going to be the Scanners set.
Yeah.
So maybe the Bruce one
agree.
You could just kind of wait. But the Scanners one, I could see that one selling out, Keith. Like I say, it just depends how much you really, you enjoy the movie.
That's the problem, Carlos. We were sitting here and we're saying, because I agree with you, you're kind of going, out of two, the Scanners will sell out. But then all of a sudden you kind of think back, you look at the Hitcher, and it's still fucking available. And we all thought that Hitcher was going to disappear. We did. Isn't it fucking weird how it works out? That, the Hitcher comes out from Second Sight, and it's still available to buy. And yet, you'll see like very obscure titles, like I don't know, like was there actually now I think of it? Didn't the fucking Blair Witch Project come out with Second Sight and it fucking sold out almost instantly? You know, so it's you just don't know. You just don't fucking know.
The thing is, Keith, we've said this many times before. Limited. What is limited nowadays? I mean, when they say limited, there's not a number these days.
Second Sight don't do numbered. Arrow don't do numbered. That's why when people ask me why do I love collecting Film Arena releases, well, that's one of the reasons.
They are limited.
I said it before. I was like, like I'm just looking at my collection there, and I'm like right in front of me. I have a Forrest Gump edition, and there is only 400 of those Forrest Gump editions. I am one of 400 people to get to hold that in my hands. And I think for me that's very special. So, people don't care for numbers out there, and I completely understand that. I get it. But for me, I just think it makes them that little bit more special. It's probably why I'll always like Film Arena will always be my favorite label. And funny enough, what's my second favorite? Probably Umbrella Entertainment, and all of their releases are numbered as well. So there's something about it. I don't know what it is. It's the rarity factor is what I love. It's my collection. My channel is dedicated to that. Yeah. Everything that you see behind me, everything on that wall has a number. That is no bullshit. Everything has a number on that wall. It's.
I'll be honest, Keith. The only two editions that I ever thought was limited, and I do have, a few editions of, is the Film Arena and Everything Blue. Because you'd have the number, you'd have the card, and it just, you just know that they put all that effort into those releases.
Absolutely.
And they're kind of like special collector's editions. Once they get sold out, 500 copies, that's it.
You see, those people out there on the world, and I do find it a little daft. I've seen it a few times on channels where people were saying, they were talking about Universal's releases. I think it might have been like Oppenheimer or something like that. And, limited to 2,000 copies if you're willing to believe that. And I was like, why would you put down a daft comment like that because of course they're limited to 2,000 because you think surely it would have came out by now if someone went, oh, here's my Oppenheimer edition. I've got number 1112. Surely someone would have seen it by now and went, wait a minute, I have that number as well. So, it's a daft thing to say. They're limited to 2,000. The one thing I will say is they could be limited to a certain country. A certain number could be like I've seen it before with the Jaws editions, where in the UK they are limited to 2,000 in the UK. You can get the exact same release on Amazon Italy, but it's not numbered. So, but these people questioning the numbers, I just find it ridiculous. I was like, they're numbered editions. There's a reason why they're being fucking numbered. It's anyway. Enough of that bullshit. We got Sai here saying, I saw The Devil is brilliant, but the sadness is more gruesome. It's about a virus that makes people bloodthirsty maniacs. So 28 days later. Basically. the Rage virus, or any other zombie movie for that matter. I'll probably check it out someday. I'm in no rush. We got Ash here saying, yeah, atmosphere does get more under your skin than just violence for violence sake. That said, the sadness is much more shocking than anything in Terrifier because it's dead serious. Well, there you go.
Let's check that one out.
Yeah, see, that's a different fucking beast altogether. We got Michael here saying as well, the substance made me think it was Cronenberg's The Fly. It was made by early Peter Jackson.
Yeah. Fair point.
Oh, that sounds finger licking good there now. That's a great comparison. I'll
go along with that.
Yeah, okay. Mike also said, from what Carlos has said about the substance, I can't wait to see it. I got the 4K through last week, and I'm lining it up for tomorrow. Is it out already? Fuck, I had no idea. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with me in these fucking 4K releases? Why am I not knowing about these things?
There's just so many.
There's so fucking too many, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just going to give everyone a heads up. We're going to be finishing now in exactly 10 minutes. So, if you do want to put your good nights in and all that, please do it now, because I'm going to stay true to this. We're not going to be carrying on until bloody fucking 1 in the morning. So yeah, if you just want to get that in now, do it. And what I'll do is, maybe with 5 minutes left to go, I'll scroll down to the comments and we'll get all of them in. So are you okay with that, Carlos? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Keith. Yeah.
Good stuff. We got Sean here as well saying, saw Nosferatu, didn't like it at all. Wow. Count Orlok keeps switching between his native tongue and English. In the latter, he sounds like a cheap comic book villain.
Yeah.
Just 1 second, Carlos. Right, I'll do it now. Is it much down though?
Yeah.
Hold on to that? Yeah, I'll hold that for them. Actually, I'm going to read it out now. There was actually, Ellen just brought in something here. It's just someone that actually left a comment, and it's actually an old friend of mine on YouTube. It's actually H&S Collectibles, Cody. He said, I got in late, but wondering if Carlos ordered the upcoming Arrow 4Ks of the Dollar Trilogy. So he was just asking that question to you.
Day one.
Yeah, Cody, he's a monster fan. As a matter of fact, he's actually ordered anything that's coming out with Clint Eastwood at the moment. He's ordered it all. So yeah, he's all over that. There you go, Ben. Cody, thank you for stopping by the stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. I used to do, I've never said this before on a stream, but I'm going to put it out there anyway. But there is actually streams out there that exist of me drunk. And a lot of them are to do with Cody's streams, because he used to have them on Saturday night. And Saturday night, me and Ellen would have a few drinks, watch a few movies. And what would happen was, me and Ellen would finish drinking at around 3 in the morning, finish watching our movies, and then I would go on to the stream. So if you see H&S Collectibles, go on over, throw that man a sub, and if you can, go on to his live streams, and you'll see me being drunk for an hour or two.
I remembered you was on his stream quite late, because he's from the US, and I remember watching it. Yeah, that was a while back. Yeah,
that was always a while. There was actually one stream I went on to it, and I said I remember saying I couldn't stop laughing at it. I was like, right, lads, I really need to get off, because I can actually fucking hear children playing outside. That's how fucking, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was still on a fucking stream with them. Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I remember Cody used to pick up really fantastic vinyl movie soundtrack editions.
Oh, he's still doing it. He's still doing it. Oh my God, that man's collection is fucking insane. He's a great NECA collection as well. Some fucking amazing NECA collection as well. So he does a bit of it all. I used to love those streams, even if I wasn't part of them. I used to love watching the Coast to Coast guys. Unfortunately, when kind of COVID it all started during COVID.
Oh, okay.
And when everything kind of subsided, it kind of not fell apart. They just kind of went and did their own things. So I would love to see them come back. We got Cy Robson here saying Hugh Grant should be nominated for Best Actor for his role in The Heretic. He was so good in it. I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
We got Trekking out here saying, give us 30 Days of Night 4K, a nice big Ultimate Collector's Edition box set, maybe from Umbrella. Fucking love that movie. Have you ever seen that, Nigel? Nigel, Carlos.
What was the name of the movie again?
30 Days of Night.
No.
Have you never seen it? Wow, it's a pretty cool concept. It's held in a small town in Alaska called Barrow, I think, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And what happens is, this town stays dark for 30 days. And what happens is a fucking colony of vampires come across the town.
I am aware.
It's all about them trying to survive for the 30 days.
Yeah, I am aware of that movie. Yeah, I've not seen it.
It's actually it's a good fucking watch. Yeah. It's a great vampire movie. Right, so what I'm going to do is, sorry again for the comments that I didn't get to. Look, there was no way we were ever going to get to them. So I'm actually going to scroll down to the bottom. But before I do, I just want to share something here. Once again, Evil Ash, €10 super thanks. He just put down 2025 is shaping up to be a very expensive year for collectors. Just a little contribution to a fellow collector. And thank you again for the great content. Ash, you're unbelievable, man. Every single stream, I'm not kidding you, Carlos, every stream, he always does that. He's a good fucking lad. He really is. Thank you so much, Ash. And thank you for being part of the stream. And you never know, hopefully someday you'll join me on this stream. How cool would that be? Never say never. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just scroll down to the comments here at the end of the bottom, just to get down to everyone's kind of good nights and this, that, and the other. Now, I just wanted to say this once again here. I didn't say it at the start of the stream, but anyone that wants to be part of this, you don't have to have a YouTube channel. If you want to be part of these streams, be a guest on my on this stream, reach out to me and let me know. I have a bit of a list growing here now at the moment. There is a few people, but I want the list to get as big as I possibly can. And these streams are designed to meet all of you and to put faces to the names. So again, even if you don't have a YouTube channel, if you want to be part of this stream, just let me know. It'll be great. So, right, where are we? Sorry, Carlos, just 1 second till I just find where we are. Right, have I got some? Right, so this must be the start of it here. So it's Michael gets in first. Right, great stream, guys. Cheers. Thank you again, Michael. And I promise you, Michael, I fucking promise you, the last time we fucking talk to each other, the next time we talk to each other, I'll have seen that movie. I promise you.
Too many movies in our collection.
Al Humphreys here saying, bye, Keith and Carlos and the chat. Take care, all the very best. I'm going down to the garage to get some snacks and beer. Like you haven't been drinking already, you lying bastard. Thanks again, Al. Thanks a lot.
Cheers for tuning in.
There we go. There's Cody again. Good deal. I ordered them immediately too. So that's great to hear, Cody. Again, I hope you're doing well, mate. Oh, we got Max. Sorry. Actually, lad, looking for a little feedback on my short I just finished. If anyone has a few minutes after the stream, of course. All right, he's talking to everyone. Okay, that's fair enough. We got Cody putting down, yeah, good times. Yeah, Jesus Christ, I was so fucking drunk on them. I still fucking drinking during them as well. Good times. Good fucking times. We got Bonzo Dog here saying, thanks, Keith and Carlos, for a great few hours of enjoyment. Carlos is a great guest. Learned lots about Clint Eastwood and Westerns. All the best, lads. That's you know what? That's why I wanted you on here, because it was going to be something different. So thanks again, Carlos. And there was a lot of interaction with you as well. There was a lot of people asking questions about Westerns, and you know, that couldn't have worked any better for me. So it's great. We got Alan Meggs here saying, thanks for the great company tonight, lads. It was hugely enjoyable and a great start to the weekend. Good night to you and all the folks in the chat. Brilliant community. Thank you again, Alan. What's that?
Cheers for tuning in.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said sorry. Yeah, Alan, thanks again, mate. And a huge thanks for the super thanks earlier as well. We got Ash as well saying, okay, time to say goodnight again. This was another highly entertaining stream. Carlos is a great guest. Bring him back anytime soon. Have a nice weekend, y'all. Great community as always. Thanks again, Ash. You're unfucking believable, mate. I was wondering why I didn't see Mac Chat's name on this. So sorry I missed the stream, mate. Don't worry. There's going to be more of them. I guarantee you. We got Cy Robson here saying as well, great stream as usual, Keith. Nighty night, guys. Thanks again, Cy.
Cheers for tuning in, Cy.
We got Steve here as well. Boys, it's been an absolutely fantastic stream. Carlos, you have been great and gained a new sub. Have a great weekend, and stay frosty. Unbelievable. Trust me, Carlos. Steve is someone you do want to get to know. He's a good lad. Oh, they're all good lads. Every fucking one of them. Unbelievable. Jerry Ryan, thanks, boys. Yeehaw. Absolutely, mate. Mark Chats went down to Keish. Would it be okay to promote my short film here? If so, if okay, say no. Go ahead, mate. Do what you need to do. No problems at all. As a matter of fact, I encourage it. We got Michael here. I'm definitely up for a stream with you one. Oh, fuck me, Michael. That is perfect. Your name will be added. Only if you send me something from your Evil Dead collection. Thanks again, Michael, and I would love to have you on. We got Gary here as well. It's been a great stream tonight and a great talk about some Westerns. I hope Carlos does another one with you, Keith, in the future. I really enjoyed it as always. Take care and have a great weekend.
Cheers for that.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary. I really appreciate it. Oh, I hope I didn't miss any of his comments tonight. We've got Jeff. Jeff, if I've missed any of your comments, mate, I'm sorry I didn't get around to it. He said, hi, Keith and Carlos. Sorry I couldn't be here. Oh, okay, I didn't earlier, but I'm at work. Hope all went well and you're both all right. We'll definitely catch up on the playback. Doing great, Jeff. Had a great night. It's been a fucking blast, but I knew it was going to be.
As always.
And hopefully we'll have you on as well someday in the future. Who else have we got here? Right. Let's see. So we got Slipknot fan here saying, just see you later, everyone. All the best, mate.
Yes, Slipknot.
We got Mark Chats here saying, night, lads. Same time, same batch. What the fuck were you saying there, mate? Jesus, you must be fucking drinking as well.
Friday night.
There's the link. So he's put that up there. If you all want to click on it, if you can click on it, that is. Fair play to you, mate. I could put down, haha, nice try, evil's there. God damn it. Thank you, Keith. You're a gentleman. My absolute pleasure, mate. I'll try and click on that myself and have a look. Jeff as well. Anytime, Keith, it'll be my pleasure. Well, thank you so much. I actually spoke to Carlos before we went on. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to try and get all three of you to do a stream with me. So I think
we can work that.
And that is the last comment. So 38 people still watching. If you haven't already subbed to Carlos's channel, there is a link in the description below. And if you could go over to him, check it out, and throw this man a sub. Trust me, he is definitely worthy of your time. If you haven't already seen it yourselves tonight in the stream. And Carlos, a huge thank you, mate, for being my second guest. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, as always. We've had you on our streams and on Scott's, and always a pleasure talking movies and physical media with you, as always, buddy.
Absolutely. And Michael also put down, we'll sub now, Carlos. So there you go.
Cheers, appreciate that.
So with that said, I am going to wrap it up. So a huge thank you again for Carlos and for everyone that tuned in tonight. It was a great stream. The comment section has been absolutely fantastic. No surprise there. And I'll see you all again in 2 weeks with my next guest, which I have absolutely no fucking idea who it's going to be, but I guarantee you it's going to be good. With that said, all the best. Good night to you all. I'll talk to you soon.
Cheers for watching.